Hello, everybody. It's time for me to narrate another book for you. Hello, this is Chance Paladin, and today we're going to be reading book number 5, Preheated Mountain. This is an urban and rural survival story written and narrated by yours truly, Chance Paladin. Some legalese first. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the author except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons living or dead or actual events are purely coincidental. Content advisory is as follows. I write post-apocalypse stories. Therefore, portions of these stories are intended for mature audiences. There's about as much romance as you would expect in a typical post-apocalypse scenario. Explicit sexual acts where included are germane to the story and not intended to be gratuitous or fetishized. There isn't really any hard swearing worse than what you'd hear on cable. There's a moderate range of violence as would be expected in a post-apocalypse story. However, the suffering aspects are not deliberately glamorized or embellished upon. Forward. It began to seem more apparent every day that people were more interested in talking than doing. Both sides were building their people up to something, but nobody knew what. Instead of training, preparing, networking, or de-escalating, there seemed to be pockets of people who just ran their mouths or keyboards with no apparent off switch. There was a never-ending audience, with the biggest reception coming from those who got off on one-upping the people running their mouths. Their bogus rants were easily dissolved, but nobody on either side would tell them to completely knock it off. Eventually everyone got tired of people arguing. The arguing was dividing the movements worse than the escalating rants. This drove many on both sides offline and underground to train even harder without distraction. Bah. Bah.
Thanks.
Bah. Chapter 1. Waking up. Home, subdivision, 6 weeks after the collapse. Late winter, early spring. I slept for a few hours, well enough, then woke up before my alarm. I checked my phone and I still had 2 hours left until I needed to get up. Some mornings I used to have to sleep for an extra 2 to 3 hours before I could get up. I would have to keep sleeping until it didn't feel like electricity was coursing through me. Other days I could only sleep for about 4 hours total and I was ready to go. It seemed like this morning would be the latter. I tried and was able to sleep about a half an hour before waking up and thinking I was late again. This happened several times, and in between one of the attempts at sleep I had a dream. The dream was a variation of a dream I had 100 times before. I was trying to get to the office to visit everyone. The office had long since let me go and never hired me back, leaving me to be unemployed since that was where most of my professional network was. This dream went into so much more detail, though. Horrific detail. We went to get on the freeway to go to my prior employer and the freeway was jammed. 4 lanes in each direction, completely jammed. We were able to take a side lane where the traffic started moving easier, only to get up to the barrier and only to realize the people jammed on the other side wasn't through traffic. The congestion consisted of people being turned around ahead of the consistent flow of traffic originated from the barrier. We pulled up to the barrier and it extended across incoming and outgoing traffic's lanes. The path being physically blocked made no sense, though. There was no issue with the road. Law enforcement simply wasn't letting anyone through to the city, and they wouldn't say why. We got turned around and we were able to get me to the building to see my prior coworkers. When I got to work, my prior supervisor, the one that had prior cost me my job, promptly took my favorite hat with a sneer on his face. Even though him and I had a lot of friction at first, eventually we both learned how to get along. It had really upset me that he cost me my job in the end after a year and a half of working with him. His judgment error cost him his career advancement, though, as well, and he never got another direct report again. So he takes my hat with a mocking look and scampers off. I decide that I'll get my hat back later and go to use the restroom. That's when I realize I don't have shoes on or socks. I go to the bathroom and realize every stall has a urinal that's been leaking water. And there's so much more urine on the floor that I can't use the bathroom without stepping in it in my bare feet. I keep going from stall to stall, checking the urinals, trying to find one where I can't step in without getting my feet and pant legs soaked in urine and water. I finally find one, but that's when something starts dripping on me from the ceiling. The floor above me had a bathroom also and was leaking black slime and was getting all over me. It had apparently flooded and was now leaking down. No matter where I moved, the black slime continued to drip down from the ceiling and floor above. I went to the sink to try to wash it off. I looked down and realized I had socks and shoes on again. That's good, I thought, accepting the return of my footwear as if this was something normal. I started washing the slime off me in the sink. Other people had been coming in and out of the bathroom and didn't seem to notice these issues at all. I woke up again for no particular reason and thought I'd once again slept in. I had 3 minutes left until my alarm was going to go off, so I pressed the buttons on the menu and told the phone application to shut the alarm off. This alerted my panther kitty, who tromped to me loudly meowing good morning and then started licking my face. I guess she liked the taste of my tears, the result of what got me to sleep the night before. I held my phone at an angle that wouldn't interfere with her grooming routine. If I interrupted the sleek black kitty, she would have to start all over. If I tried to stop her altogether, it would make her extremely fussy, and then she would take off and mess up my stuff. She was my therapy kitty, and together we were able to get through this. My normal phone routine was messed up since the area had gone to hell. Normally I would check my multiple news feeds, but that was all out the window now. I had removed the app from my app launch screen, but not uninstalled them. It had been able to scoop up some of the final news clips off an open Wi-Fi before the internet got shut off, which I hadn't expected. I like to review the final news stories sometimes, but not right now. I went to check my calendar application to confirm my schedule for the day. My calendar worked offline airplane mode and hardly took up no battery life, so it worked really well for me. I chuckled at it being called airplane mode when it should have been called SHTF mode. Oh well. Maybe if there's ever another update. It looked like I was scheduled for dawn patrol of my subdivision. The cat finished her morning routine of licking my face and kneading some of my muscles, then hopped down to check her food and water. I crawled out of bed and began to get ready. It had been about 6 weeks since the collapse officially happened. There had been some initial resistance in the subdivision to having perimeter defense, but that went away when the de facto subdivision leader decided to go for a walk outside the secure zone. Security leadership tried to talk her out of it. She refused. They offered to send security with her, and she refused. "Having all those guns just makes you a target," she kept saying sardonically, as if being ultra condescending to us somehow willed her reality into existence. She insisted that nothing was wrong and that she was going for a walk outside the perimeter and there was nothing we could do about it. We had debated sending security with her anyway, shadowing her, but decided not to. It would have raised too many questions having security following someone without consent, and we both needed and wanted everyone accounted for. Each one of us was extremely pivotal to the security of the subdivision. It was already a thin group, but there were 13 of us total, and all with some variation of radios. Some blisters, some programmable, and a few base stations. Enough for everyone to talk on the common channels. 2 at each gate, and a few floating on internal patrols. 14-hour shifts, 2 rotating groups. It wasn't ideal, but it's all we had. Our security officer confirmed everyone was accounted for. We had 7 on and 6 asleep. She left the gate and headed down the street and never came back. Her cronies reported her missing several hours later and immediately accused us. They did this since she was the most outspoken against our armed security details. Surely we must have had something to do with it. They formed a search party, and we implored them not to go, but their minds were made up. We offered again to send security with them, and they declined, stating that we were probably the ones who did it. We tried to hide, rolling our eyes at them, and face-palming to at least show them a little respect. They believed what they believed even to the death. Normalcy bias had overridden reality for them, and the only thing we could do is let them go. We noticed in the darkness that 2 of their group stayed behind. Slowly coming to the realization that we may be right, the 2 sulked in the shadows and stood behind us, hoping to not be noticed by their likely now prior comrades. Both nodded to each other and quietly to us as the smaller party left, as if to beg us to not sentence them to doom by calling them out. We respected their reluctance and kept our silence in the best poker faces we could in the dark. Once the small group was safely away, the 2 behind us slinked back to their house. We reserved judgment should they decide to be more moderate later. With a silent nod to ourselves, we remembered to not tell them we told them so when their comrades failed to return. They went off alone, and only one made it back. He didn't want to talk about what happened, and we suspected that he left his friends to die in order to save himself. He went to his house, and we haven't seen him since. We heard he ended up resenting the 2 that stayed, as if they could have somehow helped, and that was that. The security group had collectively decided that we wanted to send patrols outside the perimeter, but we just flat out didn't have the people. The patrols possibly could have made the surrounding areas a tiny bit safer, but it would have been at the expense of the subdivision's safety. Our entire security team only had the maximum numbers to do one or the other, but not both, so we all had agreed to stay. The decision unfortunately hadn't helped anyone get over the normalcy bias. We all respectfully planted some rose starts outside each of their houses, but couldn't think of much else to do. On their porches and the doors, we used dried up flowers, or the kids made cutout ones. We promised we would plant more flowers in the spring, but inwardly wondered if we would last that long. There hadn't been any animals in any of the now empty houses except for goldfish, which needed food and their tanks swapped out with clean water more often now that their oxygen pumps stopped working. The prior owners had been out of fish food, but someone who used to have fish decided to visit the house daily with a bit of fresh water from the creek and fish chow. In the spring, they could be moved to outside, and we heard someone had started digging an enormous fish pond in a piece of yard that nothing else would grow in. Everyone else had stayed inside the perimeter since we lost those folks. We had gardens and chickens and everything, but it was really too cold for the gardens to produce yet. The homes with the chickens and roosters stopped eating the eggs for a bit, so we could get enough little chickies for everyone to get started as they put more and more chicken fencing up. The winters had been getting progressively nastier, and we had to deal with snowfall several times in the last 6 weeks. We joked around and called it global warming. That irritated some people, but we got so tired of having it rammed down our throats prior to the collapse that it never got old. So I was getting ready to go to work, aka security detail. I got done putting my warmest clothes on that I had. I had a chest rig that a friend had given me. It didn't carry armor plates, but it had pouches for 6 AR mags and 5 pistol mags. Unable to shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen, I had sold the last of my belongings worth anything prior to the collapse. AR prices were down and was able to get myself a very good mid-range AR and completely deck it out with everything I'd wanted. It was very affordable at the time I bought it, and even though there were really great budget ARs, this mid-range one was really good. It had a collapsible stock and stubby foregrip that fit my hand just right. My AR also had a budget red dot sight that was actually surprisingly good. I could flick the color from red to green depending on the background. I usually chose red, but it was nice to have choices depending on the contrast. It also had a sling that was mounted on the side instead of below. This allowed me to have my rifle naturally hang instead of always wanting to be upside down. I reminded myself I needed to find some Velcro so I could truly get it to hang off the side like it was supposed to. It had turned out that I bought only one side of the Velcro, and it was sticky to boot, which didn't help it swivel like it was supposed to. The package lay half open until I could find the right type, or maybe trade or something, since this type was useful to hang light objects on surfaces as needed. I had my single stack 9mm sidearm. The 5 spare mags for it sat in my chest rig somewhat loosely. I could strap them down enough, though, to where they weren't at risk from flying out. I did need to upgrade to a double-stacked 9mm somehow because of the capacity. My single stack had to make do for now. Between all of my mags for 9mm, I had 40 rounds. About half were hollow points and half were balls, since I never knew I'd be up against, and self-defense ammo had always been triple the price of ball. That was 2 9-round mags and 3 7-round mags and 1 in the chamber. There were double-stacked 9mm on the market that could carry that much in 2 mags. The guys on my team said they would keep an eye out for me, but were proud that I was as prepared as I was. Behind my pistol mags on my rig was my AR mags. My AR mags held 30 rounds apiece, which was normal capacity for 5.56 by 45 ammo. I usually put in 29 though, so they didn't jam. I could comfortably hold 6 mags, which gave me 180 rounds on my chest, and another 30 on the 7th mag in my AR. That sounded like a lot of ammo, but in a firefight you can easily burn through all that much in a minute or so. The idea is to either hold out for backup or use that ammo to get to the main ammunition storage to keep fighting. In a fighting load, there were people that carried as many as 8 or 10 magazines if they were going for 5.56 by 45. That brought you a little more flexibility, but you didn't want to carry that much all the time. It helped to know what situation you were actually running into, so 6 mags was generally a safe number as long as you had help and a resupply nearby. I finished suiting up and put on my winter hat and checked my cat's water and food and kissed her on the forehead. She liked that and headbutted me in the chin, then squawked at me. I tousled her hair a little bit and then remembered I needed to grab my radio. It was sitting in its little cradle staying charged. My radio used almost no power and took up almost no power at all to charge. I'd had this battery backup system for when we used to get really bad storms. The plug port going into the system had become loose, so it was difficult to charge. A mechanic tinkerer friend in the group had fixed it for me. I could charge this unit up off any 125 volt 15 amp wall stall outlet, which a lot of vehicles came with these days, so one day another group was letting their mobile command center idle that had passed through, and they let me charge my storm survival system up in there. Up until that point, I'd just been charging little by little in people's vehicles that had the outlet built in. That was enough to keep it going and thus keep my radio going. I'd need to find my own inverter and charge controller though someday. In the meantime, this solution was great to get the unit back up to full charge though. That would keep my radio charged for years. The unit had a wall stall outlet port on it too, which was one of the reasons why it was so useful. The radio's cradle also had a light on it, as did the power adapter, so I always knew when it was charging and charged. It also blinked furiously if for some reason I put the radio in the cradle wrong, so it was a pretty fail-safe system. I had the radio equipment and storm machine set on my tote full of survival magazines. If I ever had to bug out, this is all that I need to come with me as long as there was room. Chapter 2. Heading to the command post. Pre-dawn, day 1. I grabbed my radio and set out, locking my door as I went. It was still dark out, and I felt for where my radio was and turned it on. I heard the radio talking in my ear, letting me know the settings it was currently set at, while I checked to make sure I had the volume right to not blow my ear out of my head if someone calmed in. Everything was good, and I walked to our command post, which was at the far entrance of the subdivision. We had the command post located at the far entrance because it was insulated by our other checkpoint. The near checkpoint was closest to the larger roads. As I passed the near checkpoint, I got flashed by a flashlight. That meant someone was trying to far recognition. I stopped and faced where I thought the light was coming from and raised my flashlight. I still had my regular flashlight, so the way I did far recognition was to turn the flashlight on and cover the light to make sure to make the required strobe signal. I did the required signal back to them, moving my hand in front and then away from the light. They did the right signal back, and that meant everything was good to go. If that had gone wrong, they were supposed to take defensive positions and give me orders to stop, then blast me if I didn't comply. I made my way to the far command post, technically the southern of the 2 command posts, and got flashed again. I did a different recognition pattern since I was at the other command post. I got the responding pattern and safely made my way to the command post. Our subdivision leader was there. he worked an odd shift to the rest of us, where he was up a little earlier for the pre-dawn handoff, and then did the carryover to do the daytime group. In turn, he'd sleep for a little bit and do the same thing for the dusk handoff. I found an empty post and stood at it until he came and got me. Our lead confirmed that I was doing dawn patrol today and told me he would be going with me. We went in groups of 2 and pushed our perimeter out a little bit. I'd be going north with a guy and another group would go south. This was to touch base with the next perimeter group. It wasn't managed by us, but we worked in cooperation with them. Basically, their job was to hold intersections. Nobody got in or out, with a vehicle at least, without passing through that checkpoint. There were no checkpoints after... There were no checkpoints after that, because after that was the freeway. The intersection checkpoint was brilliant because there's a long road where security could see a quarter mile up the road towards the interstate. What they had done early on is try to hold a checkpoint near the interstate and till everyone local had successfully checked in and gone home. After that, they felled a bunch of trees across the road, and they pulled back a quarter mile at the checkpoint they have now. The logs have a bunch of signs on them telling people to turn around and that there's no food or water for them. If people do try to cross the logs, we have people in the trees that try to identify if they're harmless or not. It doesn't happen very often, but we've got a few people that have trickled back to try to get to their homes. If they try anything suspicious, it's easy to see from other vantage points whether they're neutrals or bad guys. So far, we've only seen scouts from the other side. They try to poke and prod the defenses, but it's usually just garbage antics. The scouts would show up, act overly offended that we wouldn't share food with them. It was usually something very theatrical and over-exaggerated. The north intersection checkpoint would radio us when it was going on in case it was a distraction, but it never was. They would end with trying to lure us out by mocking us and harassing us and then just leave. This happened a few times now. Each time, though, we couldn't help but feel like it was getting a little bit more weird. Like it was leading up to something. We'd been thinking about asking someone to spare a dog to try to up our combat efficiency, as we'd seen German Shepherd puppies at someone's house that kept getting out. I'd worked with dogs before, but this specific puppy was really rambunctious and almost too smart for its own good. I'd need a dedicated time, and we didn't have enough folks yet. If it sprung itself out again and showed some interest, we'd make some time for it. So every morning before dawn, it was our responsibility to do pre-dawn patrol. We took 2 to 3 guys and sent them north up to the northern intersection. Then 2 to 3 south folks would walk to the next subdivision's checkpoint. If the checkpoint had anything to report, they would let us know. That's how we shared information, and it was a pretty good system. The other local areas all do the same thing, and it makes a connective security and communications community network. Radios only ever for emergency, just because it was so easy to eavesdrop. Whenever we started talking, regardless of the channel, people could have us dialed in within a few seconds. Still, there comm stations where the big stuff was talked about, but locally we kept almost everything face to face. We always doubled up for dawn and dusk patrols to make sure we had enough people for the patrols, and because these were the riskiest times for an attack. This is also why we had scouts out during this time. We would want to know of attacks ahead of time instead of waiting until they're at our proverbial doorstep. Our job wasn't to engage, it was to observe, threat assess, and get back. With the threat getting higher, we switched from 2 people on patrol to 3, so there was going to be 3 of us going to the north checkpoint. The checkpoint was about a mile or so. The subdivision leader chose the 2 folks who would be going with me, and we did our gear checks, and then we headed out. I was designated leader for the group since I was going with 2 locals, and I was more trained than them, and I had the AR. I helped gear check because everyone needs help with their buckles, and to make sure backpacks are zipped up. Also to make sure everyone has water, because that's easy to forget. One of the guys only had a shotgun. It was a pump action, and we helped him take the magazine tube plug out so it could hold more rounds. It could hold 5 plus 1 in the shotgun, and then he had another 20 rounds or so in 3/4 inch shells. 20 rounds or so of 2 3/4 inch shells. He usually had some buckshot and some slugs. The slugs were for longer range and the buckshot was for shorter. I asked him what was loaded now and he said slugs. I nodded and said sound good. He asked if we were expecting trouble and I responded we have to expect everything every time. He nodded. I didn't want to scare them, but even though I had a bad feeling, I didn't want to get everyone unnecessarily upset. He had a sling for the rifle that we gave him, but he didn't have any shells on it. Shells made them way too heavy if you weren't expecting anything. I checked the other gentleman's loadout and he had a hunting rifle. I felt a little sheepish around hunting rifles having my AR, but it was too late to dwell on any of that now. So many people thought modern rifles were overkill, but we in the culture always knew hunting rifles were still good. And if the person was good with the hunting rifles, they could be used as precision shooters, bigger and heavier bullets that could punch through a lot more from a lot farther. I knew this guy wasn't amazing with his rifle, but this was the new normal and we had to deal with the hand we were given. His rifle had an internal magazine and before becoming a hunting rifle was World War II surplus. There were still some great rifles, just heavy and couldn't hold a lot of ammo. He was trained to let me suppress while the shotgun guy covered me, and with his precision rifle he would fall back until he could get an angle and take the threat out or cover a retreat. It was a fairly solid plan given our resources. More people had firearms than you would think, and it surprised some of the neighbors. Close to half of the people in the subdivision actually had some sort of firearm. Unfortunately, most of them were pistols, with less common calibers and not rifles, so they weren't very good for running security. They were more of a backup group. Some had pistols chambered in .22, and while I would never want to get shot with one, they were better for varmint control. One had a rifle chambered in .22, and he was staged for a suppression should we need to lob tiny annoying rounds at the enemy while we rallied countermeasures. One of the benefits of .22 were he could carry hundreds of rounds in tiny bricks and it didn't weigh anything. As long as nobody picked him off, he could suppress longer than all of us combined, with plenty of ammo left over. We could call the main base defense if we needed to, and we had several auxiliary that would run up to the gate during the day if anything came up. They would help watch our backs, hang out, and we would give little impromptu training. More community building was always good. So the three of us headed north to do our patrol and talk to the north intersection checkpoint. The group heading south was finishing their ready checks also. They were heading in the direction I went for a walk those fateful weeks ago in the dark, similar to now. The difference being that we were planned and prepared and that we knew the sun was about to come up. Chapter 3. To the North Junction. Pre-dawn, day 1. We never walked directly down the road. That would be suicide. We walked along the sides and made sure to choose a different route there and back. There were a few spots that we couldn't perfectly cross through the brush due to there being some extremely steep creeks. Our water had stopped running from faucets for reasons we could only speculate had to do with the electricity or upstream somewhere, so we had to make trips to the creek every day to get water. We had a process for this, but it was way too dangerous in the dark. During the day, we had wheelbarrows and 5-gallon buckets, and we would take the water back. Some of the guys had industrial-sized purifiers and other things like me, or others like me had a tiny personal purifier. Nobody had iodine in large supply, but we had plenty of sodium hypochlorite, also known as bleach. Others that didn't boiled their water or had made condensers. Everyone had buckets under their gutters too, and you could set a multi-stage filter for that and didn't need to boil it, and you were good. That cut down on the amount of water we had to cart back in our wheelbarrows every day. On the one hand, having all the purifiers and systems in place was nice, but on the other hand, none of our filters filtered out viruses. Thankfully, as long as there weren't human byproducts in the river, we would be virus-free. The bleach was a relatively fast and easy way to kill most viruses in the water, but the aftertaste got a little old. Basically, there was no guaranteed way to make sure all the water was clean. Boiling killed almost everything, but left heavy contaminants in the water. You could then filter that once the water cooled, but it took forever, and people quickly got tired of the taste of plain boiled water. Before the collapse, I'd saved a PDF document onto my phone that said how to test the water for viruses. The problem was that unless we had a chemistry set and someone was trained, the science was extremely difficult to mentally digest, so unfortunately we kind of just winged it and hoped for the best. We had people on our team that scouted the creeks every few days to make sure they hadn't been poisoned by anything we could clearly recognize. Someone had a chemistry set with some high school chemistry books, and someone else had some pool water testing equipment where we rigged a system together with. We coordinated with the other nearby neighborhoods to do that. So far, all of it had been fine, which is good. So, with all that creek thought in mind, we creeped along in the darkness heading to the creek. After a few minutes, we got to the creek and stopped. Oops. Yep. The person who took point would get down and we'd each scan for threats. We stopped, waited, listened, and if everything sounded normal, we'd see if everything sounded normal. I heard the soft trickle of the creek and a little wind, but not much else. Everything sounded fine. I wasn't taking lead on this, so I looked to my partners for the mission. Well, sort of looked at them. I looked in front of me and back. I could see their outlines somewhat. This was our initial objective rally point. We'd scoot out from here, scan the creek, come back, and decide if it was good to pass. The moon was low in the horizon, and we were under moderately thick foliage. The one in the front looked back at me and pointed. I saw the movement more than I actually did anything specific. The one with the shotgun did a finger motion in the air to go loop around the street and back into the brush. I gave him the confirm, and that would be how we crossed today. It seemed to work well, so that we could cover him, and so we both weren't exposed. I more knew what he was doing for memory and putting the motions together in my head for what he meant. I did the countdown and pointed. With me and our Overwatch covering, he got up and around the creek and back in the brush. When I heard him sad, our Overwatch patted twice on his knee and off I went. I shuffled up the embankment and jogged as best as I could across the road and over the creek. No mashing through the creek today and getting wet. It was good to be mixing up the crossing. Sometimes we went above and sometimes through and sometimes around. I'd lost quite a bit of weight already over 6 weeks. I was able to jog a little bit before the collapse, but not much, and definitely not without gear on. I could jog a lot better now with everything hurting, with the gear on. It still gave me a good spin though, but there weren't any other choices. I got across the creek and back down into the bank. I stopped to listen and wait, didn't hear anything. While doing this, I also counted in my head. My tail of our 3-man squad was going to be moving in a few seconds. I moved my head around and didn't hear anything besides the creek. Our lead and I were ready to nail anything that came up as our Overwatch got across the creek. As if on cue, when I imagined the right number arriving in my head, I heard movement from behind my mini squad mate's direction. My awareness became heightened as I started to hear in even more clarity. I realized I could hear the birds far to the east of me starting to wake up. The sun was starting to wake them up before us. The temperature hadn't raised a degree yet, but it would soon. That meant we probably had another half hour or so. The local flying population didn't migrate for the winter because they were just tiny birds and could live in all of our homes. I called them mushroom birds because the clever hobby crafters used to make nearly identical copies of the critters out of mushrooms. Over the years, the way our houses were built, each house was able to host one tiny bird family. Just had to remember to never turn certain vents on. The birds kept the bugs down and made a lot of pretty songs, and they were also great foragers. It was so much fun hearing new bird babies in the spring. Also, we could feed the mommies and daddies our leftover bits of bread or chips if they went stale, so the food never went to waste. The birds also provided endless entertainment for our cats, who would watch them in awe all day long from safely indoors. I always had to remember to respectfully turn away when they flew into the house, so I didn't officially see where they were going. It was obvious where they were going, but it kept the illusion that they weren't domesticated, even though they basically were. If I ever forgot to turn around, I would get fussed at until I did. It was such great memories. Hearing the birds always meant to me that everything would be okay. Those birds had seen the sunrise, and it was going to be a new day. Soon those birds would wake up our birds, who would wake up the next birds down the line. It was the same routine every day, and it worked well. With that thought trailing off, I heard my tail counterpart go by me. His jog had turned into a walk to try to figure out where I was. It was still very dark out. I patted on my leg 2 times and waited. He patted on his leg back as he said. And that meant the maneuver was over and ready for us to move ahead. I shuffled out of my hole and got up behind him, and the 3 of us stalked on the edge of the clearing to our second temporary rally point. Then we finished our journey to the North Junction. Before long, we were getting flashed by a flashlight. That was our long-distance communication check. My partner did the correct pattern back, and we were good to go. We had got to the junction with just time to spare as the sun began to push the shadow back on our side of the gorge. Chapter 4, North Junction, Dawn, Day 1. We got close enough for a short-distance communication check, and they were able to see us with the flashlights and tell who we were. Right around the same time, the East group was coming to meet at the junction as well. We each sent people from our subdivisions to bolster the junctions for any potential dawn assault and to share information at the same time. These guys from the East were from a relatively new subdivision. It was a gated community, but without power running, they had to make some modifications. I never got to see the new system they put in place in person, but it sounded like they had machined some extra rollers somehow so they could manually move the gates. Then they had put some intersecting X-shaped beams in the way to stop vehicles from smashing through easily. It sounded like a good system. I had asked them to take a picture and bring it, so this morning one of the guys had brought a picture to show me. The constructs were very cool looking, like there had been a construction area that never got finished and the pieces got salvaged. At first glance, they looked a lot like tank traps. He explained they could also be used as partial cover and had steel wedges drilled into the concrete that they rested into. This kept the beams from easily going forwards or backwards. This was so if the beams, and he called them giant caltrops, needed to be removed for legitimate reasons, it was super easy. Otherwise, people would be able to lay fire into them to keep anyone from moving them. He explained to me that they were still on the lookout for some razor wire to help reinforce them, so people couldn't easily grab them in a hurry either. I explained to him this meant he wouldn't be able to grab them either, and he said something about how they would use ropes to pull them directly to the side. I took a while to think about the setup in my head, and it sounded good, so I nodded. Then I had another thought, and asked how the neighbors in the subdivision were taking it. He said it wasn't really a problem, they were all doctors, and they knew they had to be safe. The hospitals had all been the first thing to be raided, and the hospital was naturally close to the freeway. It had been impossible to shore up any defense in time, unfortunately. Instead, of course, trying to hold the hospital, which would have taken hundreds of people, there was a concerted effort to empty it of everything we would need. The people that were all stable enough all went home, with the doctor that was taking care of them if they didn't have family that could be reached. Some staff stayed behind that either volunteered, some were extremely dedicated, or had normalcy bias and wouldn't listen. They kept thinking the National Guard or somebody would come, and nobody ever came. Or that the power would come back on to replace the generator, which had run out of fuel, but the power never came back on. Hospital supporters tried to get more fuel for the generator at one point, but all the gas stations were empty, or in one such case, sadly blown up. The gas stations were empty if they had generators, otherwise the fuel was inaccessible without an external power supply. So no power, no fuel, no generators at gas station, no fuel, so the hospital ran out of power. We eventually worked out a system to where we could snap the locks off, then manually pump the fuel, but it didn't come in time to address the hospital situation. Also, the fuel ended up being reserved for emergencies and mechanized tactical maneuvers. We had tried to explain that we didn't have people to defend a giant hospital or defend the road leading up to it. It was a giant, high-capacity, newly renovated off-ramp specifically designed for tons of traffic. We cut some trees down across the off-ramp, but the hospital is less than a quarter of a mile away from the freeway. That unfortunately doesn't stop or slow people down without cover fire, and is more of a courtesy than anything. We thought about ripping the signs out on the freeway, but it'd be hard to get them all. The signs varied in size for miles in each direction, and everyone even remotely knew where it was anyway. Maybe in a year the brush and trees would overgrow the area enough so it wasn't visible by the street, but for the moment it was a lost cause. I heard that some staff finally came to their senses and got out when they realized nobody was coming. The power wasn't coming back on, and there was no way to fuel the generators. Everyone terminally ill had already passed from the generators running out or from them not having enough meds on hand. When they bugged out, they took who they could to the gated community behind them, also full of doctors. It was not only gated, but had brick walls surrounding it. With some strategic sharpshooting, the bandits didn't even come close, and the staff were able to make it in with the rest of their patients okay. Law enforcement were all local sheriffs that were busy coordinating defensive efforts. The city police were too busy holding the bridge. The bridge had almost immediately been taken over by a gang. I think I heard they had clogged it up by the first night and completely inaccessible within 3 days. Any attempt to pass through it or siege it was suicide without tanks or strikers, which we had none. There possibly could have been more help from the sheriff, but he had sold us out the prior year to the neoliberals as the demographics of the county changed. Gone were strong laws of enforcing legal immigration, replaced with another copy-paste sanctuary city that weakened it to the point of essentially no resources. All of the task forces that would have bolstered reserves had been diverted to counties still supporting federal rule of law. No gang task force, no organized crime task force, no organized terrorism task force. Everything had been focused on hate crimes, which there were statistically zero even by their own metrics to appease their new core voters. Apparently over the first few nights, strategic swathes of the inner city were surrendered to prevent essentially a genocide of the displaced citizens. Some people thought it was deserved because blank was here first. Never mind that the land had traded hands so many times before we even got here. It was easy to notice that none of the people so ready to kick others out were in a rush to give them a spot in their own home either. Within a week it had turned into a free-for-all when it became obvious this was long-term, so the least law enforcement could do is keep them out of parts of our city. Realizing it was now an all or nothing, that's what the remainder of city law enforcement had been trying to do. There were 2 bridges, so they were stretched thin. The 3rd and 4th bridge never got completed due to corruption, and the main bridge never got renovated and taxed, although it had come close a few times. None of that mattered now. There were local folks helping them hold the bridge, but the problem is that pulls from the people holding the neighborhoods. It was a logistical nightmare when you had so few of the population ready and willing to defend itself. The thought reminded me to ask the folks at this checkpoint if they had heard any news from the Southern Front, which is what we referenced the bridges to the south. Everyone looked at each other and shrugged, and then the guy that was taking lead for this junction spoke up. He talked about how they hadn't heard anything from the next furthest out checkpoints for a few days, and they should have checked in by now. They had sent scouts to go check, encountered enemy patrols, and had to come back before any verification. The numbers varied between 10 to 20 raiders with backpacked radios and a few long guns. That prompted our nearest checkpoint to stage additional security precautions, figuring nobody would be falling back to their spot any longer, short of a miracle. The lead at the checkpoint explained that they had taken nails and spikes and driven them into the fallen trees across the road to the west that separated the junction from the freeway. That would keep the trees from easily getting separated. He then said they took some extra rope and tied those together also. He showed me some pictures from his phone and then tried to get me to look at the blockade through his rifle scope. I thanked him but declined. I've always been horrible seeing things through a scope. It made my head hurt just thinking about it. I got out my durable pair of travel binoculars. I've been practicing adjusting them. They still gave me a headache if I didn't do it right. But I could sort of get them to work now. I unfolded and tweaked the binoculars so they would line up with my eyes properly. I was able to see it okay as it came into picture and gave me a slight wave of vertigo. I told him it looked pretty good, but I didn't say much more. I knew that he had some fighting positions up closer if people tried to dismantle it or tried to make contact, but probably the whole group here didn't need to know that. Loose lips sink ships, I repeated to myself in my head. It would have been fun to talk about the fighting positions, but there were others around and I didn't know if they knew, so I let it slide out of respect. I let the junction commander know that those measures seemed very reasonable, as everyone that was supposed to be here was most assuredly here by now. He agreed, still looking through his scope. I put my binoculars back away in my pack. I asked if anyone had anything else to report, and that we didn't have anything. I realized I'd been doing most of the talking and interviewing, but that's just what I was used to doing. Nobody seemed to mind. Nobody had anything else to say, it appeared, so I told everyone that they were doing a good job. I noticed that there hadn't been a pre-dawn strike, with the sun now fully up. Everyone nodded and seemed very thankful that a routine and a few extra folks were still active. With that, I saluted everyone just to make them happy. It always made me happy, and everyone got a kick out of it, and we all went back on our ways. Chapter 5, Heading Back to Base. Morning, Day 1. We started our walk back, opting for the other side of the road to keep our entry and exit on 2 different avenues. This would go a lot faster since we could actually see where we were going. I thought back to several weeks ago when I was walking around in the dark, not wanting to head back to my home. Now I had just walked a good portion of that distance in the complete dark. It's crazy when it's light out to see how far I had actually walked in the dark just a little while ago. As we walked down the shoulder, I thought about how my headaches hadn't been as bad. I wondered if it was the EMF or electromagnetic frequencies that had been causing my headaches. They were almost all gone now that the power was out. I still had headaches for other reasons like pressure and vertigo, but most of my headaches seemed to be gone. It was neat. I adjusted my hat to make sure it was still blocking out the sun, though. The sun would still probably give me somewhat of a headache, although I had been getting used to it. I had a boonie hat that blocked the sun from all directions and absolutely loved it. I'd been out camping and noticed that I hadn't had a camping hat. Going through training, everyone was teasing me because they could see me in the brush wearing my urban camo. I wasn't the only person that only had urban camo on, though, solely due to city operations. So I got this hat on sale from the same company that made my other hat, and it was the right kind of camo for where we lived. The next time we went out for training, nobody could see me at all. Mission success. And also, it had the added bonus of keeping the sun out of my eyes, and the sun off my ears, and the sun off my neck at the same time. Such a genius hat. Also, the warmer it got outside, the better my hat worked to keep me cool. I loved it so much, and it had a chin strap and everything. So as I walked, I tweaked my hat to keep the sun out of my eyes. This is while listening for potential issues and trying to watch for traps and everything else we had to do. I heard my comm hissing at me in my right ear as we were crossing the bridge over the creek and realized my volume had been screwed up again. I couldn't have it too loud or it'd blow my head off and give me an excruciating migraine, but if I had it too low, I could only hear the radio static breaking. We finished our bridge crossing as I tweaked my volume, making sure to keep an eye out. Though I could be slightly less attentive to detail. Not that I could actually see. We both got in the brush on the other side. My partner looked at me, pointed at his ear, and said, "It's for you." I thought that I got my volume set up properly and went to give it a try. "This is India 589er. I didn't copy last. Please repeat." Hotel Bravo to India 589. What's your location, over? I looked at my partner and he nodded, and I tweaked my volume just slightly so it was comfortable and I could still hear well. India 589. Is it phase line November at India 58? Over. I said, adding into the comms in third person. Copy, India 589. Sit tight, evac in 5, over. I responded, copy, sit tight, evac in 5, out. Roger, out. We were both already at the creek's miniature ravine, which was phase line November. We had tried to think of an easy marker identifier so people didn't have to memorize new names for everything. This was our north phase line between our subdivision and the road junction. There was a south phase line also between us and the next subdivision. We both hunkered down and waited, not having seen or heard anything around us that was of concern. So basically I told them that I was at our north phase line and they could figure out the intersection location I was the nearest to. It was definitely a lot easier than memorizing tons upon tons of phase lines and intersections, or having to carry around maps to everything. I had assumed that they would come up with some command maps as soon as we had the means to. Some birds were singing their life story to each other, or where they saw last food, I couldn't tell which. It made me feel good to hear them while waiting in the cold, damp earth and grass mixture. We definitely wanted some good command maps. Then we could make maps of our areas of operation, but we just didn't have any facilities or capacities to right now. Local maps had become increasingly more expensive to purchase, whereas they used to be the normal. I heard some chatter back and forth, but mostly tuned it out. It sounds like they were making contact with each checkpoint as they were passing by, so they didn't freak anyone out, since vehicle traffic had become increasingly rare due to the fuel situation. I thought some more about the maps. The problem is that internet maps had become all the rage due to their simplicity, but now without data plans or operating cell towers, they were almost all useless. I could still use my map offline, but that meant all the features had been stripped out. It was still a little helpful, but also ate up a lot of battery, especially if I forgot to close it out instead of just minimize it. We'd done a little map and compass work, but not a lot. I'd done some land nav back in Boy Scouts, but not a ton since then. Thankfully, I'd seen this coming and got a compass since I lost my old one somehow in a move a long time ago. I'd ended up getting a job for a little bit, long enough to buy a few more essentials before the collapse, and this compass was one of them. It now came with me everywhere. The maps, on the other hand, that was a different issue. I think the guys were talking about gathering up all the local maps they could find when they would go on scavenging runs. Hopefully they found enough to where we could at least share and dole out a couple to each subdivision. Some people still had maps from a long time ago. The roads were still good, but nothing else on them was. Probably because there'd been so much construction here over the last few years. Then, right about the same time, we heard a big diesel engine in the distance. Well, we could more feel it than anything. You could really get attuned to hearing far-off engines after you haven't heard them for a couple days. They were coming pretty quick. I heard them stop for a second. They must be grabbing someone that knows where this phase line is, I whispered. He whispered back, "Yeah, it's pretty easy to fly by it if you don't know." We heard the pickup truck rev back up again and start barreling down the empty street again. As it got close, it did some blinks with its headlights. That was the long-distance check, so we knew they weren't an enemy contact. We stayed undercover anyway in our camo to make sure there weren't any potential snipers or whatnot. The truck came and whizzed on by. I face-palmed and my partner snickered. In a few moments, the pickup truck did a U-turn in the median, bumping all over all the concrete dividers easily. They were either having fun or in a hurry, or maybe both. They crossed the bridge and stopped right next to where we were. I figured they would assume we'd be on this side because this was the home side of the phase line. "Get in!" the driver yelled. It was a crew cab, but already full. We both hopped in the back. We didn't hesitate for a moment because they could get snipered as well. We both jumped in and then got down in the truck. There was room in between some crates. The truck started hauling down the road back to our subdivision's checkpoint. I noted it was the gal driving back from the recycling plant situation. I had made up names for everyone, and she was simply Driver. I was really bad at remembering people's names. She was the best driver we had and could drive any vehicle. The crates were rumbling and shaking a little as we rode back to our subdivision. I sat on the left side of the bed of the truck scanning for threats. My partners sat on the right side of the truck, also scanning for potential ambushes. We both had our rifles unslung and pointed up. That was the safest way so our rifles didn't swing towards each other, our friends in the cab, or down where a negligent discharge could damage the truck's vitals. I thought about the crates I was leaning up against, and they were easy to shift. I guess that meant they were empty, I thought to myself. It was strange to haul around empty crates and pick us up mid-patrol. Very rare and odd indeed. We got to our first checkpoint as I imagined them doing their long-distance checks. One of my friends from inside the truck said, "We got 2 of ours in the bed." Actually, it's 3. We've got 3 of ours in the bed of the truck coming out. We need to borrow India 589 for a while, as one of our subdivision guys got out of the truck. He was the one that helped them find me. Once he got out of the truck, that was our cue to get out of the truck. We did that carefully so that there weren't any friendly fire incidents. "No problem, just stop at the next gate and let them know really quick. That's where our CO is right now," one of them said. I handed my house key to my friend at the gate and said, "Please feed and water my cat tonight. I'll see you again tomorrow." I unslung my rifle and made sure it was unsafe. It was. Occasionally switching rifle carry positions, rifles had been known to flick themselves off safe. It wasn't an emergency, but something to check. If you followed all the other safety procedures, it was never an issue, only a precaution. I set my rifle in my cab and leaned it barrel up so it was pointed in a safe direction and away from the vehicle's mechanics. I took my backpack off and threw it in the truck as well. There was plenty of room in the vehicle now that the guide they had picked up had exited. I climbed in the back of the cab and I rested my backpack on my knees, since there wasn't much room in the cab to put it in between my legs. Then I held my rifle unslung. It was easier that way to get in and out of the vehicle. I could toss my bag out and then jump out with my rifle if I had to go fast. It was most helpful for ambushes to be prepared that way. "No problem, man," he replied back to me regarding taking care of my cat. We took off to the next entrance to our subdivision. We did our long-distance challenge to the other subdivision entrance and received a favorable message back and slowed down. The guy in our car, I recognize now from sitting in the backseat of the cab, was the XO of our rapid response team. He relayed a similar message to the CO of my subdivision. I asked how long I'd be gone for, and they didn't reply. That just made me wonder what was up, but I knew better than to ask. Just like that, I was surrounded by a couple of prior Army infantry and a firefighter, going to who knows where very fast. I never felt safer in my life. Chapter 6, Heading South. Morning, Day 1. I looked around in the cab and everyone had their ARs to their sides. I'm glad I had already unslung my rifle so I didn't have to wrestle it off in these tight confines. My AR was resting between me and my friend to my left with his AR. It had been quite a while now since I rode in a vehicle. As a precaution, I took a chewable meclizine out and chewed on it. A berry flavor popped in my mouth a little bit and then disappeared. I started to feel a little swimmy and eye-strained, but in only moments the vertigo pill did its work and I was fine. Everyone else had their window rolled down a little bit, so I did as well. The fresh air would help. That got everyone's attention and I got a pat on the shoulder and a pat on the leg from 2 of the guys. They were always really happy to see me. "We have to make a pit stop at Hotel Bravo, then go out to the record store," the guy sitting in front of me said. It was our XO. "What's the sit rep?" I asked. There's a sale at the record store. Everything must go," he responded. I sighed and leaned my head against the window, then I wrestled out of water from my bag and started sipping on it. I must have fallen asleep for a little bit because I woke up at Hotel Bravo with everyone getting out of the vehicle. All my friends were there, which I thought was weird because I hadn't seen them in a while. I jumped down and was happy to see everyone, but everyone looked serious. I decided to look serious too and act like I knew what was going on. One of the guys, built like a tank, looked over to me and said, "Hey, glad you're here." I told him to shut the hell up and he laughed at me. Then a couple more of the guys started to tell me they were also glad I was here, and I just scrunched my face at them. I made them all laugh and broke the tension, which was good. There were about 20 of us total, but everything was quiet. Everyone was quietly doing comms checks and weapons checks, waiting for the next steps. We always had extra radios and cords on hand, because they weren't always 100% reliable, since all this had been done on a budget. "Anyone need any water?" one of the guys asked. A few others raised their hands and water was doled out. I was thinking of asking what we were waiting for when there was a crackle over the radio. Apparently a van was coming with identified markings similar to what we were waiting for. We'd all stepped back to get out of the road, and I heard a van, and then I heard it stop and some doors open and close. Then I heard it continue our way. "Yep, it's ours," someone said. Someone else said, "Any pee breaks? Last chance for a little while." A few people went to go to the bathroom. I was okay, so I waited. The van pulled up, and another one of our team got out. Everyone who went to the bathroom started trickling back. We divided into teams, each of us with a lead. We were each told out to our team leads and got to vehicles. I was assigned to sit in the back of the van on the floor. I pretended to roll my eyes at them, and they laughed. I didn't actually roll my eyes because that would give me a bad headache. I gave them the thumbs up and unslung my rifle and took off my bag and climbed in the back of the van. Thankfully, I wouldn't mind the motion sickness at all from being shut off from the outside world since I'd taken the Melcozine. One other guy was assigned to me, another friend of mine. They were all my friends, actually. I'd sat down in the van, and he came over and sat down next to me. There was ample room back here, so it was neat being able to stretch out in the cold weather. It was a big cargo van, but all the seats had been taken out except for the front one. I started to form an idea of what we were going to be doing at the record store. Our CO got in the driver's seat, and one of our smaller guys got smushed in the middle with another riding shotgun. In a few moments, we had taken off. Chapter 7. To the record store. Morning, day 1. After taking a few corners, it sounded like there were 2 vehicles escorting us. We had one in front and one behind. Our CO was up front mumbling something. It sounded like possibly to us. We both crawled and scooted forward so we could hear better over the engine and road. He explained that a sizable group of marauders had broken through the southmost of the 2 bridges overnight. Within a few minutes, they had started sacking the entire city, blocks at a time. The subdivisions hadn't been hit yet, but they were starting with the bigger stores and strip malls. The subdivisions would be next on the menu. Our CO continued that there was a second team dropping false intel of us trying to run away with the most important of the loot, which was food. We would be rumored to have a van and 5 pickup trucks worth of food. That was the strategy because our intel had shown us that they had more than enough firearms and ammo and just needed food. We would lure them away with the van of food. It would hopefully keep them moving fast enough to keep them away from our women and children. The women for obvious reasons, and the children because they use child soldiers heavily. All of the stores would be empty, of course, cleaned out the night of the power outage. Everyone locally still had food, but not as much. Gardening season wouldn't begin for several months. If this mission worked, it would buy time for the subdivisions to evacuate. They needed to grab their sprouts and seeds and food and animals and ammo and move north as fast as they could. Not too far north, obviously, or they could run into a huge city-state doing the same thing in the southern direction. There was a good spot north, though, that provided easy and safe access to the east. We would lead the marauder group east out of town while everyone went north. Seemed like a good plan. We really hadn't expected the bridges to fall this fast. I guess the people stopped coming to help, and after a while forces got too small. Either way, we had 200 to 300 hungry and crazed marauders to deal with. They'd been cooped up in the South City State to our south for 6 weeks, and who knows what had happened there. Just as I was thinking that, we pulled up to the CO's record store. "Alright, let's do this," he mumbled. We all got out, and I put on my pack and slung my AR. Our CO said, "We don't have a lot of time. Their outer perimeter scouts are mere blocks away." Another one of my friends said he was taking over security and wanted 2 on the door. He assigned me to the door and another one of my friends. He explained to only shoot if fired upon. We didn't want the noise to attract. If we were found out, then we were found out. Another one of the guys said he was running a suppressor on his rifle, so he was posted outside instead of me. The rest of us went inside as they came up with a new plan. I recalled this place having a fire exit, but no door handle on the outside. That made it pretty secure. It would be dangerous to blindly run into the alley into potentially an ambush, but better than nothing. Someone else jumped in the van from the team and drove it around with 2 escort vehicles following. I guess we were going to use the fire exit anyway. I think there was more cover available in the back from prying eyes. The fire alarms weren't going to work anyway, as there was no power to operate the alarm mechanisms. There was a secret knock at the back door, and someone went and got it. I breathed a sigh of relief as the alarm didn't go off. It was our security guy and one of the guys from the front door. He put that person at the back door to watch the van and the door, and then he came in with the rest of us. Our CO walked over to the wall of shelving with records on it. He reached to the side of the shelf and waved his hand over a certain spot. Then after a few moments there was a sound of a bolt opening. I noticed he had a ring and a watch. I assumed either or a combination of both had some kind of RFID code that a reader just scanned and recognized. Probably on a couple of small batteries, since it didn't take much to operate a mechanism of that size. He swung the shelf open. It was maybe about 6 feet high or so, plenty high enough to fully conceal a vault door. He punched in some keys into a mechanical lock, and the vault door opened outward. He motioned us to follow him. Our guy running security pointed to one of us and told us to stay at the entrance, and we did. We flicked our flashlights on and went down a spiral staircase about 20 feet or so. Our CO had been pressing more buttons into another mechanical vault door and opened it and motioned us to follow. He disappeared into the darkness, only to see a light dart around every once in a while as he shined his flashlight. I started hearing some snapping noises on the other side, and he turned on some lanterns and carried them back over. He set them up strategically on some benches that he had, so they were facing outwards so we could see and have our hands free. We came into the room, but not much. He started taking boxes of something metal and wood-sounding and started setting them up on the counter. "All these boxes need to go in the van," he mumbled. There were 6 or 7 of us in there, including who traveled in the 2 other vehicles that had escorted us here. We started grabbing boxes that he set on the counters and taking them upstairs. Some of them felt like ammo, and some felt like parts and accessories, and some felt like completed rifles. At one point there was a duffel bag, which I thought was weird. He told someone to give it to me and said, "That one rides with you." It was heavy, and I brought it up the stairs and out the back door and put it in the van in the cab on the floor. There were streams of people loading the van. There was another guy at the van that was organizing and sorting boxes. He was making sure the load was distributed between the 3 vehicles evenly. I went back to make another trip, assuming it was to make sure no single vehicle had the entire haul in it. Plus, it needed to look like a lot of food. I came back inside and down the stairs, and he had another box for me. "This one goes with us also." I grabbed it, and this one was clearly canned food, not a ton, but a little bit. He gave 2 more similar boxes to people behind me, and they followed me upstairs and outside. I crawled in the cab of the van and put the 3 boxes of food behind the seat, on top of each other where we could reach them on the go. We had the van about 2/3 full, and each of the trucks was nearly full with what seemed like AKs and accessories. Had he been running an AK lab down there all along? I wondered. I started working my way back into the store, and downstairs I heard a static break over the radio. "We got a small group of scouts coming up the road, possible tangos." Instead of everyone rushing to see what was going on, we all hurried. The security lead for the op said, "How long until they realize we're here?" There was a pause. "They're about a block away, and I don't think they've seen me yet." I imagined everyone on the radio doing some calculations. The security lead grabbed 2 guys and went to the front door. We probably had about 2 minutes before we were discovered, so we had to move quick. I went down to the basement to run around and see if there's anything left to do. I told everyone that we had to go and to grab everything we could. I knew we had a contingency plan for the scouts, but I didn't want any of us getting shot at if the main marauding force was able to catch up. It would probably take them only a few minutes to start flocking this way. They had no attention span or discipline, so they would stop everything they were doing to come check this out. There would be 3 to 5, then 10, then 30, then 100. The full force could mobilize and redirect within a half an hour. The full force was usually around 300. This was a foraging expedition, and so we weren't equipped for a major battle. This had to be fast, not overwhelming force, not that we had equal numbers in one place, to take on 300 marauders anyway, even at our greatest strength, so we had to be smarter and faster. That meant not engaging their main force. I finished my sweep through the basement, and it looked like we got everything. I shooed everyone out and grabbed the lanterns on my way that had been keeping the AK lab illuminated. There were solar panels and battery hybrid lanterns that lasted forever energy-wise, and were extremely durable as well. I ran out and our CO closed all the vaults and shut the record shelf. He told me that I would be riding with him in the van still because I had a special job. The fire door closed behind us and we headed towards the vehicles. It was like we were never there. As we were piling out the back, I heard thip 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 noises come from in front of the store. It sounded like a suppressed subsonic rounds being shot out of a modified AR. The bolt on his rifle was actually louder than the rounds going downrange. As we piled into our vehicles, same routine as before, then the screams started. I heard over the comms, 2 down, 1 straggler, and I heard someone else say copy. 2 of us pulled off in the direction we were supposed to be going, our van and one of the pickup trucks. A 3rd truck drove towards the action about a block down as 2 rifles opened up and more screams. Tango down, someone replied. Then security for the op said, check them for gear, and let's go, 30 seconds. We pulled about a block ahead and waited. The truck that broke off in the other direction picked up our guy that was running the suppressor first. I could see it in the mirror. They checked the 2 bodies that we had taken out and picked up a few things like a phone, weapons, and ammo. Then they ripped off some patches off their clothing and put a birthday present under one of the bodies. Then they got in the truck and sped down to the second part of the ambush group. They had already searched the bodies and hopped in the truck and caught up to us. We all 3 vehicles sped off together before the scene would be discovered. Chapter 8. Heading east. Mid-morning, day 1. We headed east for a few blocks, the vehicle in front of us staying about 100 yards to make sure we couldn't get ambushed together. A guy in the van sitting between me and the CO reached behind him where I had put the cans and handed me a can of food. Thanks, I don't know what this is for though. He told me to check it out the window. I looked at it and it was a can of beef stew. The good stuff. I knew better than to question anything anymore. If he was joking with me, it was on him instead. I tossed the can out the window so it wouldn't get hit by our following vehicle, but so it could still be found later. It seemed like a waste of perfectly good food, but oh well. He said, "Why'd you do that for?" I shook my head. He laughed, and then he smacked me on the chest. Such a weird group of guys. We drove a few more blocks and he handed me a new can. I think this one was cranberry sauce. I asked, "Toss it?" He responded in the affirmative. I tossed the can, ripped cranberry sauce. Even before the collapse, that was hard to find sometimes. Then I started to wonder if the Marauders had any can openers and chuckled. What's so funny over there? Overanalyzing crap as usual? Yeah, I was just wondering to myself if they had can openers, and they both laughed. My friend to my left thought for a second, got out a P38 can opener, and we all kept tons of them on us and in our bags. He handed it to me and said, "Here you go for our friends," and I tossed it out the window. We took a few turns to get wherever we were going, and he told me to toss a can out every few blocks. Soon we were on a highway driving at a nice and steady pace. The highways and freeways had all been cleared pretty much right after the collapse. Good luck ever getting back off though once you got on, because basically every off-ramp was barricaded now, just like ours back near the subdivision. We drove for a ways, tossing cans off the side periodically, trying to make sure they weren't going completely flying to where the other side couldn't find them. Trying to find spots where they would nest against a concrete barrier. We only had a few boxes of food in the van, but to the other side, it would look like we had so much that we can waste taunting them. In the distance, I distinctly heard a boom. The truck behind us chirped over our comms, "I guess they found our care package." We drove for time in silence, pondering the implications, trying to put as much distance between us and them as possible. I looked at the trees and the empty houses, starting to come up with a method of just tossing a can at every mile marker. always coming up with a process for things. As my mind wandered mile by mile, I thought to myself what I always do. How do I know these are the bad guys? I think about, is it only because they want our property through force of violence? Is it because they want to enact violence upon us? What makes them the bad guys? Then I tell myself the only answer I ever have. They want to mass consume everything they want in excess and destroy everything they don't like. In their vision of utopia, we don't even exist. We tried to tell them before the collapse that in their version of utopia, they don't exist either. They never listened. Whenever we weren't around, they immediately took to identity cannibalism. They were already so beyond fringe, it was past most of our understanding. As events progressed, they began bastardizing their own fringe movements. We were cognizant of this and kept accepting every fringe group that they would try to wipe out. Here's the thing, it was their own fringe groups that they were running out. We had already left them alone for quite a while. We kept seeing messages that they would shed more and more of their fringe groups based on such minor ideology that was almost imperceivable. I tossed out another can out the window towards a mile marker, as I thought it might be a group that literally agreed with them on 99% of the methodology and had one tiny deviation in mindset. The tiny altercation was enough to sign entire group's proverbial death warrants. You either converted that one last percent of ideology, or they would figuratively and then proceed to literally wipe your group out. I had convinced our side early on that these groups fit with us well as long as we had the same long-term goals. The only rule is that they didn't hurt anyone and worked hard. Their groups were very perceptible to this, and everyone left them alone in their ideology as long as they didn't force it down everyone's throat. It worked really well on our side because we were tolerant instead of being exclusive. Legitimate actual freedom means you're able to do whatever you want as long as you aren't hurting anyone. They simply weren't able to do that on their side. They thought that through anarchy that they could behave the way they wanted. They never realized that anarchy can't survive without leadership, which turns into totalitarianism and then the cycle repeats. The only way to survive was to legitimately understand true freedom. That meant getting away from exclusive groups and actually finding inclusive groups that would be tolerant. They never imagined that it would be us on the other side, but it was. These fringe groups fought even harder for our side than they ever would have on their side, because for once they finally believed and understood what they were fighting for. They weren't fighting for equality or the rights to an exclusive group. They were fighting to survive and exist. The leadership of these groups thought that they were doing that before, when in reality they were never under attack by anyone other than themselves. With that, I threw another can out of mile marker. I needed the next box of cans. 2 boxes left total. Oh yeah. How else did I know that those 3 patrolling were bad guys? Because we don't patrol the city at all. We'd already pulled out of the city a long time before, and there'd been an understanding in place. Rules had been that anyone in the city was a looter or worse, and shot on sight. Nobody had come to the city in weeks. We were the first official visit as far as I knew. We had been driving east for maybe 20 minutes when our lead vehicle turned his turn signal on. I realized at that point that the comms guy had probably been in our lead vehicle. It had some big antennas. He was probably on some other channels communicating with the next group. Well, 3 pulled off. Scratch that. 2 of our vehicles pulled off. Us and our lead vehicle. Our drag vehicle kept going. I guess they had a different mission, or maybe this was the beginning of us separating out the 3 vehicles worth of important supplies. I asked if I was supposed to keep throwing cans. They gave me a new one and said, "Yep, 1 per block, doing a good job." As soon as we got to the off-ramp, I tossed one over by a street sign. We circled down underneath the overpass and started heading north. This is more a rural area, and beside the corner gas station, there wasn't much but farmland, hills, and woods. Chapter 9, Off the Highway, Gas Station. Late morning, day 1. To my surprise, as I hear our drag vehicle zoom off into the distance, we stop at the corner store gas station. Everyone started jumping out their vehicles, so I jumped out as well. I put my backpack on, then waggled my legs to get some circulation and stretched. Our security guy had driven away with a third of the team, so everyone huddled around the CO for a few seconds. We all scanned around as much as we could, but there wasn't much to see. Our CO simply said, "We need to fuel up. Everyone smoke if you need to, and pee if you need to. We break in 10 minutes. Someone came out with a manual fuel pump while everyone else went and found the fuel intake for the fuel station. The truck took diesel and the van took gasoline, so it'd take about 5 minutes per vehicle to top them off. One of the guys got out some 5-gallon cans also and set them next to each van. Everyone not working on those projects just naturally spread out to do what they were used to do. First I walked over to the store while everyone else checked the perimeter and set up defensive positions. It had been abandoned and the shelves emptied, probably from the owner and local defensive group. It had been chained up and out of local respect left alone. I took a drink of water from my water bottle, then searched around the back of the building. I would look for a remotely private tree, and then, when I was about done with that, see what needed to get done and help out. I usually let everyone else go pee first, so there was no mishaps with everyone trying to do that at the same time. Tried to afford everyone at least a little privacy where possible. I checked the back of the building and it was secure as well. Every door locked, no noises to hear. I checked the volume on my comm and it was good. I walked around the back of the building and it had looked like nobody had been there for weeks. It was chilly, but I could still tell that the area hadn't seen a human's touch in a while. When an area was abandoned, you could more feel it or sense it than actually see it. I walked around more of the building to complete my circuit and saw that everyone else had found a tree and was going about their normal business. Our CO was smoking far enough away from the diesel pumping to where it wasn't stressing me out too much. He had another guy smoking with him, and they were just staring off into the distance. I backtracked a little and went and found a tree, now positive that I wasn't going to stumble into anyone else. Going to the bathroom was always tricky with all this gear on, but I managed a way of doing it without making a huge mess. The hardest part, honestly, was making sure your sidearm attached to your belt didn't pull your pants down. Then it was really hard to get your belt cinched up again to the right tightness, so I recall at some point giving up on undoing the belt at all. I'll save you for the graphic bits, but suffice it to say that it used to be a real balancing act. The reason why it had ever been an issue at all revolved around public restrooms before the collapse. If anyone saw your sidearm when using the bathroom, they would freak out on you. Then they'd run and tell everyone you had a gun, and it would cause a lot of problems. With careful balancing, guys could usually maintain concealment for their sidearms if they only had to go number 1, but number 2 always gave it away if the stalls didn't go to the ground. It was stupid too, because people would complain that you were more dangerous because you had a gun, because they could suddenly see it now. They had never been forced to realize that people had been dangerous all along. They had just been blissfully unaware. They had refused to take the sustainment of their mortality consciously in their hands. But now they had to, because they just couldn't keep their eyes to themselves when they were in the bathroom. Who cares what the person next to you is doing in the bathroom or what they're deciding to identify as? Just ignore them and go about your business. Leave them alone. Insecure idiots running and crying to other people with guns because there was a person with a gun trying to use the bathroom. Instead of staring at people as they're trying to use the bathroom, why didn't they mature up, get a gun of their own, and mind their own business? Ridiculous. Made simple things like trying to use the bathroom a nightmare. Stalls seldom ever went to the ground, and urinals never concealed anything to begin with. It had a lot to do with my public restroom phobia, even before I concealed carried, and it only got worse from there. The thought of how many people couldn't mind their own business was so frustrating Then as I got older, everyone acted like the restroom was for talking on your cell phone. I was so glad those days were over. It was all so unnecessary that people couldn't just leave each other alone. Who could use which bathroom, trying to figure out which people were using the bathrooms for reasons they weren't intended for. Couldn't just use the bathroom for its intention and leave everyone else alone. Nope. People had to turn it into a perverted situation. Safety went right out the door and was replaced by people's baseless feelings and emotions. Can't just leave people alone. I used to remind people that it wasn't that long ago where we all had outhouses. It's the same with portable urinals. Why people suddenly have to make everything so complicated. And stupid public restrooms. I hated public restrooms so much. I felt just as unsafe as everyone else did. Didn't matter who you were. Rarely did they feel safe or sanitary. They were almost always vandalized or out of toilet paper or paper towels and almost always out of soap. If there were mirrors, forget trying to see anything through them. The water in them didn't work that often. Overflowing garbage cans. Plug toilets. The hot air blower things were so loud they gave me headaches and made my hands hurt. Then what were you supposed to do? Go grab the doorknob to get out that everyone else had touched and they hadn't washed their hands? I subconsciously shuddered a bit. I remember simply using my sleeve to open the bathroom doors to get out of the public restroom. People were so disgusting. If there was a paper towel and garbage bin by the door, I would use my drying off paper towel to open the door and drop it in the bin. That's what most sane people did. The problem is, there's other people who use 3 freaking paper towels to dry a few drops of water off their hands. So ridiculous. I was so happy that none of this was an issue anymore. Back to normal, people not freaking perverts all the time. No tolerance for it anymore. As society had matured up really quick, everyone found their own spot to go and just left everyone else alone. When we go camping for the ladies, if we were at a spot any amount of time, we would lash some sticks and a tarp together so they had privacy. No, we did the same, except it was enforceable by the group. Everyone left them alone, or there were immediate consequences, not difficult. I had finished going up to the tree and made sure about 3 times that I was zipped up and looked around and rounded the perimeter of the building. I knew we would fix the ladies up a shelter more permanent as soon as we had a place to go. It really sucked having to deal with this, not having the proper amenities. Wasn't much fun for me either when I would get my stomach cramps. I looked around and the guys had finished pumping diesel and had moved to pumping gasoline into the van. They had a hand pump and were very carefully pumping the fuel into the vehicle. I saw one 5-gallon can with a big D on it that was full. That must have been the diesel. There was a second can that was empty marked G that was the gasoline can. They finished filling up the van and filled up the gas can. This was extremely dangerous because it was easy to blow up your vehicle or the whole gas station if done improperly. You had to make sure that you didn't have any static electricity or anything that could ignite the volatile fuel. There were no safety protocols anymore, and so everyone had to be extra careful. Before the collapse, some states had made mandatory having fuel attendants. It seemed more like a backdoor tax and employment subsidy than anything. Having to rely on other people to pump your gas was beyond idiotic. They legitimately thought people were going to blow themselves up pumping gas when the rest of the states did it a million times a day. Gigantic nanny generation was finally over. It would be nice to be able to pump gas normally again, but oh well. It made me wonder at this rate how long it would be until these stations would be out of fuel. There was really only one thing that everyone had to do, which was never pump your fuel into a gas can while it was on a flatbed. No grounding was a big no-no. Besides that, short of smoking a cigarette near the vapors, and you were fine. The guys wrapped up filling the spare gas can and tightened the lid as I scanned and listened, watching what everyone was doing to see where I could help. I went over and helped them put the spare fuel cans back in the truck, and they put new bolts on the fuel ports. I looked to the side and realized there were multiple busted locks on the ground exposed to the elements. They must bust the old locks and put new locks on every time. They were old trucking bolts that once snapped on absolutely had to be chopped off. They had no unlocking mechanism. They were very good for resisting nearly every way to conventionally break them. If you wanted to get through them with any kind of torch, you'd blow yourself up from the fuel anyway. If you use a grinder, the same thing would happen. Likely the grinder would wear out before the bolt anyway, but I think some blades could get through it. They would be expensive and somewhat rare and specialized, though. Gigantic specialized bolt cutters were the only guaranteed way. Gigantic specialized bolt cutters, were still the only guaranteed way. A guy snapped a bolt on the diesel port also, just to lock it. And we pulled everyone in to saddle up. Just before we broke to get in our vehicles, our comms guy from the lead truck told us to switch channels. We did, and everyone mashed their talk buttons a few times to make sure they were keying up properly. Everyone was, so we got in without another word. I was the last to get in and took my backpack off, climbed in, and set it between my legs like always. Chapter 10, heading north, late morning, day 1. The guy I was riding with reminded me to make sure to leave a can at the gas station, so I did. It was a can of pineapple. I really like pineapple, so that made me sad. As we drove, I tried to think of a new process for how to leave the can trail for the bad guys. I decided on leaving one after every intersection. I still had most of the second box of canned goods and all of the third box. Hopefully we weren't going too much further, but I didn't know. I think I had a good system going. We drove for a few miles and came to another intersection and turned east. I wrestled through the box to find something new to throw and found a one-person portioned dehydrated noodle. This was the kind with the MSG in it, and that stuff made me sick. A favorite of college kids. If this didn't get them going, nothing would. I happily tossed one out the window. I passed by a few more side roads, but they were one way. I threw a noodle pack out anyway. I thought to myself, if they didn't find them soon enough, I bet the crows or critters would. They'd better hurry, I silently chuckled to myself. We were still several miles from the hills, but I felt us getting close to something. I heard our comms guy on the radio start radioing out. He was probably checking to see if we were in range yet. I imagined that he was in range, but that our portable radios wouldn't be. I could hear him, but I wouldn't be able to hear any receiving until we got closer. Hopefully he was talking to someone with some good range, which took watts. A lot more than our tiny radios had. Maybe another one of our vehicles from the meet-up at Hotel Bravo could hear him and answer. He must have got something back because he confirmed identity. That meant we were close to another part of the group, I guessed. My friend to my right told me I didn't need to throw any more food. They can figure it out from here, he said. I gave him the food box back, and he put it behind the seat. We puttered along for maybe another 5 miles, and I could start to hear my radio crackle. There was a lot of radio traffic in the area. All sorts of people were setting up something big. Then we got to a bend in the road. It straightened out, and there were many vehicles I recognized, and some I didn't. I even saw a pickup truck with a crane anchored to the bed. Our lead vehicle pulled over in a spot, and we pulled in behind. Everyone else jumped out, so I jumped out too and put on my backpack. It seemed like we were at some kind of farm-style property. Chapter 11, taking a break for a little bit. Noonish, day 1. It was hard to tell exactly when it was. I checked my phone and it was around noon and I was hungry. I noticed nobody was eating though. I asked my CO if I should take the food or if it was supposed to stay. He said it stays. I shrugged and followed. There was a command tent of sorts. I walked over to it and there were maps and plans. I looked over the plans and took pictures of all of them with my camera phone. Someone saw me doing it and just smirked. They were used to me taking pictures of everything. I had a really bad memory, and sometimes people would be with me and want to see a copy of the plans. Then that way people could wipe the whiteboard also and not worry about losing the information when they started new ideas. I could remember systems and processes, but only if they logically connected to something and I could get immersed. I couldn't remember dates, times, or names at all. Headaches had got so bad before the collapse that I felt partially brain damaged half the time, so I took the pictures and nobody minded. Just had to make sure nobody ever got my phone, but it had a good password and it was a rare brand that had no commercially available backdoors. I looked around and saw people in the trees that looked like they were digging holes. Other people were coming from a wood pile and bringing lumber to the people in the trees. I thought of the plans for a second and figured out what was going on. "Hey, do I get a tree assignment?" I asked. They told me I didn't, but that I was free to roam around and help, but radio was silenced in 30 minutes. "Copy that," I responded and saluted, and they grinned at me and waved me off. I got my water bottle out and grabbed a swig of it and put it away, also dug through my pack and got out my Kevlar work gloves that I had got in the recyclery. It was time to get to work. I went and stood in the road and got myself oriented and looked at my phone map that they'd been working on. I nodded to the phone and put it away and put my gloves on. As I walked to the first station that was being worked on, I realized we had driven past some of the sentries already. They had blended in really well. I hadn't seen them at all. I said hello to everyone, then looked across to the bend. Even from behind I couldn't see anyone. They had reinforced behind them as well, I assume with earth and lumber. I asked the group how they were doing. I recognized many of them as my friends. They said they were doing well and happy to get out of the city finally. I agreed with them and asked what I could do to help. They said they were just about done with theirs, since the operation had prioritized the most forward positions first. That meant this was the second layer of positions and almost done. One of them asked if I could look at their position, though, and see if there was anything I could point out. We had only trained on this a few times. Some of the guys from the military, though, had practiced this in basic, but nothing quite like real world. They were under a tree, so I carefully maneuvered myself under the tree, careful not to break or even move a single branch. Even the slightest anomaly could give away my friend's positions and be fatal. I got down on my knees and started crawling. It hurt my knees greatly, and I still didn't have knee pads. They were over halfway complete, digging their fighting position out of the ground, but I didn't climb in. I was trying to align myself with where the map said they were supposed to be angling to cover their sectors. I showed them the map and where they were supposed to be facing, trying to look up without me being in the foxhole really strained my neck and eye muscles. Thankfully, I only had to look for a second to give them an idea. They weren't too far off, just needed to make some minor adjustments. I helped them by giving them each a pair of sticks I found on the ground and told them to mark their leftmost and rightmost areas of their sector with the 2 sticks, based on the plan. As soon as they did that, they needed to camouflage the sticks also, so they wouldn't contrast. They both feigned smacked themselves at forgetting to do this and trying to do it by memory. They'd got really close, though, so it wasn't a big deal and an easy fix. I bid them good luck and went to go find the next station. I wouldn't have seen it if not for people moving back and forth. It was maybe about 100 yards away. I walked over to it and said hi to everyone. They were all happy to see me and were working steadily away on their little bunker. One of them was still digging when their floor was probably plenty low enough. I reminded them that they only needed to be able to crouch down in these, since they needed to be rapidly completed. He realized what he was doing and stopped digging to help with building the earth and debris perimeter around their dugout. I helped them hold some wood in place while they packed dirt around it. I reminded them to put local foliage over the earth so it didn't look out of place. They already had their sectors really well defined. Now I would work my way backwards to the people that were only starting. They were a little harder to find. The first was another 100 yards back or so. I went and grabbed some small logs from where everyone else was getting them from and then headed to the position they were trying to fortify. Right then, there was a crackle coming over the radios that some friendlies were coming in. They were the last group we were waiting for. Everyone copied that they wouldn't fire, and a pickup truck and another pickup truck and an RV combo came in. Over the radio, they told us that radio silence from here on out to finish our positions, then wait for further orders. I got to the position that I had seen with some lumber. They were very happy to see me. Their position had only started being worked on, as they were the third set of positions from the road. I helped them mark their sectors and then put the wood down that I had brought. They weren't really facing the road. Their sectors were to face one of the sides perimeters. This would make sure the front two teams couldn't get flanked, and so the front teams could safely retreat under the cover of fire. I got my shovel out and helped them outline where they would need to dig. They both had knee pads, and the digging wouldn't be a problem for them. They reviewed their sector identifiers in the ground and their digging outline, and it looked good, so they started digging. I went and got them a lot of wood so that they could reinforce the earth barriers around their defensive position. I looked around for the sixth position, and it was all the way on the other side of the field. I guess they were overwatch for the other flank. They seemed to have more help over there, so I kept helping with this position. These guys were all my friends, and I know they would help me if the roles were reversed. I saw nobody sitting around. Everyone was working hard. I had noticed that the truck and truck RV had pulled past us and went straight to the command tent. There were some women and children and a couple of significantly older gentlemen that looked like they once maintained high ranks in the military. I went back to work helping my friends make this defensive position. We took logs and set the logs in the dirt and sticks into the ground to hold the logs in place and hammered the sticks in thoroughly. Then I used the dirt they were digging out of the hole and put it around the wood. It took a lot of earth to stop a large caliber, but if you had earth and wood together, it worked really well to stop anything short of a 50 cal round. It would be very rare for a grenade to land directly on top of you. That's why there were barriers on the sides of the dugout. Normally there would be a smaller hole dug in the bottom of the floor of these miniature trenches for a grenade to go, but there probably wouldn't be time. I think the likelihood of getting grenades tossed at my friends would be low anyway. Anyone that thought they would be cute with lasers or fireworks wouldn't last more than a few seconds, that's for sure. Also, thankfully, it was wet enough we didn't have to worry about getting burned out. It would likely be a hasty attack anyway, and they wouldn't have time to mess with fire to attack us with. This was only a redoubt after all. It wasn't a place we could hold like a stronghold. We weren't trying to harden this camp location, only lightly fortify it so we could stage a hit and run ambush. These positions weren't designed and planned to hold a sustained assault forever, only to draw in the enemy and cause as heavy losses as possible, and stage a tactical retreat as soon as it was possible. Right around then, some children brought some food to us. I guess over at the command tent they had made some food. That was pretty cool, so I put my tools away and began eating. Everyone stopped to eat as food was delivered. We ate as fast as we could, because we didn't know how much time we would have. As a matter of personal preference, I didn't normally eat food prepared to me by others, but for my friends I always made the exception. I went over to the tent to see what was going on. I walked into the tent, listening more than wanting to interject myself, letting the group organically include me. I turned and looked over the field and at each of the defensive positions. I imagined scouts walking through ahead of the convoy looking for the food. Our guys would be in positions unseen, the scouts not searching through every single field if they didn't think we were near. They would notice the vehicle stopped here, of course, and they would fan out. Hopefully by then the main caravan would arrive and there would be a decent ambush. Our team wasn't trying to wipe out the entire convoy, mind you. They were just trying to take out a few vehicles at a time, demoralize the marauders, slow them down, slowly work through their numbers, attenuation. Eventually a manageable size for either us or whoever they would have to deal with next. Even though the vehicles would have stopped here temporarily, they wouldn't be here when the enemy group comes through. they'd see the vehicle stopped and see no can of food or indicator that we'd been leading behind, and move onward trying to see where we have actually stopped and trying to fortify and hold. Maybe they think we're leading them to our base where there'd be even more food, women, and children. What they didn't know is we didn't have trucks of food. We were carrying truckloads of AKs, parts, and supplies. I saw someone go to the truck that had the AKs in it and gave one to someone. I guess they didn't have one. They were shown how to use it briefly, then sent on their way with a couple of mags. I heard some of the conversation from the tent that we were moving out soon, sort of, and that perked me to come into the tent. I had my AR always on me now, so I didn't need an AK. But they were a good option, so even though they took different mags and ammo, I was glad we had them. They talked about how intel shows that the bait had indeed been taken. There are roughly 300 people heading towards us following the cans. It includes motorcycles, cars, trucks, and several buses. There was mention that they think we have tons of food and are leading them to where the rest of our food stores must be. Right around then, the children brought all of the food containers back and put them in the RV. That was good, I thought. There wouldn't be any evidence of how many people we had here. With that, it was time to leave. Our CO asked if I wanted to ride with him, and I did, of course, so that's where I went. I took my pack off and hopped in the van after helping to collapse the tent we had been using as our operations command area. Chapter 12. Heading out. Afternoon. Day 1. With my pack between my legs and my AR unslung and in my lap, we all drove off, heading north more. I took my Kevlar gloves off after we got going and put them in my bag. I counted and we had left around 12 to 15 guys behind us. I wasn't sure the exact amount. We weren't leaving them to die, of course. I imagine they had an evacuation plan in place that they hadn't told anyone about. We had several vehicles in front of us, and the RV behind us in our convoy. The 2 vehicles in the front kept several hundred yards ahead of us, and about 100 yards between each other. That was when I could see them. They were using a technique so they would scout the ambushes before we did, and so only one of them could get ambushed at a time. That was unless the ambush was extremely complicated. If the front was ambushed, the following vehicle could dismount and envelop the threat, or if they wanted to, they could provide cover so the lead vehicle could retreat if it wasn't disabled. Counter-ambushing was very complicated but rewarding. I could tell these guys trained on convoy security a lot. I guess we weren't at a high enough threat level since the threat was behind us to actually try to physically cover each other. I assumed that if we had to go back through enemy territory, we would be getting out every 100 yards or so and having them go in front while we cover them and rinse repeat. Thinking about convoy tactics, we drove a few miles through another couple of bends in the road as it got more wooded. One of the vehicles that was behind us stopped and got out. They started attaching things to the trees. I imagined them putting explosives on the trees with some kind of detonation system so the trees could be blown down to cover the road as appropriate. They hopped back into the truck and returned following us. We weren't going super fast, so they were able to catch up easily. It was just me and the CO in the van now. He told me to grab the food cans and keep tossing the food out after every intersection. I got the food boxes out and set them between us. A beef stew, a ravioli, a can of pork ham product, and some... After some twists and turns, going slow for the RV, we heard a single loud shot, followed by peppers of gunfire in the background. I imagine the scouts following the canned food and passing harmlessly by the sentries. They noticed that we had stopped there a while but didn't see us. Instead of scouting around, since we had never waited for them yet, the scouts kept going. The main convoy came up from behind, and the sharpshooter with the largest rifle probably kicked off the ambush. He would have aimed for someone who looked like they were in charge, or a truck with radios, or maybe he saw another designated marksman, or just took out the most important and mission-critical vehicle. Whatever he saw that looked important, he took the shot, and it all happened pretty much at once. I heard about a minute of solid gunfire. That would be the first group. Then I heard a second set of gunfire. Either people were trying to flank them and ran into another bunker, or it was part of a staged retreat. I think it was part of the staged retreat because only moments later I heard the third stage of gunfire. I only heard a tiny bit of return fire at all. It was likely that the other side was caught completely off guard and unprepared. I heard some heavier shots through this as well. I imagined our designated sharpshooter was taking out their designated sharpshooters, or maybe they had a comms-looking vehicle. It was also possible they spotted someone with a squad automatic weapon and decided that was the highest priority. Either way, our guys weren't going to stick around, so the other side could use its sheer numbers to envelop the small ambush team. I imagined them melting into the forest, and not another shot was heard. We continued driving at our slow pace, but a few minutes later I heard some huge explosions. Something had detonated the trees, and they were likely falling across the road. It would take that much longer to reach us, and there would be a fear of sniper fire the entire time they tried to clear that road. Either that, or they would have to try to figure out how to drive around it, which also took time. It was a little bit of a wooded area at that spot, and would be a challenge. Give us longer to get away. I saw in front one of the trucks take a turn down another road, a logging road. I guess he was going to go pick up our ambush troops. We drove past it, and I threw a can. We had started to go up the hill a little bit now from time to time, though, and I wasn't sure if the can method would work. I had hoped that my can wasn't somehow rolling away, going down another road. I guess that would be a stretch, though. Chapter 13, Crossroads, afternoon, day 1. We drove for a while, and I lost track of time. I was still remembering to throw cans out periodically, but I was lost in thought. I don't know how long it had been, but we all started pulling off the road again. Everyone else jumped out, so I jumped out too and put my pack on. There was a quick huddle, so I went to go see what the news was. The good news was our ambush team all got out okay. That made everyone very happy. The bad news was that we were still being followed. It wasn't nearly as many vehicles now, but there were still a lot. The ambush team, unburdened by the RV's speed constraint, was able to make it to safety quickly after the pickup. The trees across the road purchased them extra time. They were likely headed towards one of our strongholds now to help reinforce it. I had a feeling we weren't headed to a stronghold yet, though. There were still too many following us for any single group to handle. With all the twists and turns, I wasn't sure of each. But I know we'd definitely been heading east again for a while. And there was a fork in the road. There was a road heading north and south, and there was another logging road headed east. One of the guys produced a key and unlocked the logging road gate. They were an imposing feat, made of thick steel. The lock boxes were also made of thick steel, about a quarter to a half-inch thick. The locks underneath were all weatherproof and heavily rated for tamper resistance. There was no way around this logging road gate unless the property was logged. Even then, though, I could see that there had been trenches dug long ago and were full of thorny vines and jagged roots. Nobody was going around this gate, and from my experience I knew that the steel was buried in the ground deep and then buried in concrete. I guess I had got lost in thought because I turned around and everyone was taking tree breaks. I took a swig of water, then ended up drinking the whole bottle. Put the bottle in my bag to dispose of later. Once people started to wrap up finding a tree, I went and found one myself. Well, we reconvened and went over the plan. We were going to empty the van and load up the trucks with AKs and parts. We were going to drive a van full of guys up the logging road. The bulk of our convoy was going north to our stronghold. Our comms guy had made contact with the team that got away from the first ambush. They had resupplied and were going to prepare for another ambush to the south of us. They said they would go over the details of the ambush after we left. I surveyed the land temporarily, and I think that everyone would hold up in the forest line that we'd already passed by. It would give them cover concealment, and no matter which way the enemy went, they could hit them with the new ambush points until it finally funneled them up the logging road. The getaway vehicles could be waiting further down the road and get the ambush teams to safety, so it was probably going to be another 3 ambush system. Sort of a zap them in the butt to get them moving in the right direction, which would be to funnel them up the logging road. It would get them away from our settlement and continue whittling down their numbers to boot. It took a group like theirs a lot of food to keep going, and the further we pulled them away, the more food they would go through, the more desperate they would become for our food that they thought we had. As their numbers whittled down, they would become more and more of a manageable force to deal with. The good thing was we were drawing them away from our settlements, giving everyone time to evacuate to more defensible locations. For the locations that were already set up and actually defensible, they could use this time to be as prepared as possible. All we could hope for is by the time this marauder group got to them that it would be a manageable size. With the instructions given to everyone and the van emptied, there were new assignments given. I went to get in the van, but the CO was sitting in the middle. I hopped in and put my pack between my legs and buckled up like always. In the driver's seat hopped our driver gal. I guess our CO was tired from driving or wanted the best driver possible for the job. A bunch of the guys piled in the back of the van and closed the door. Our driver gal looked at all the components around the dash and driving mechanisms and said, "Yep, I can drive this." Away we went. In the mirrors, I could see the other groups driving to their destinations to begin to set up the ambushes or get to safety. I imagined the ambush folks driving for a ways so they could circle back around. That way the area wouldn't look disturbed. The CO handed me a can of food, and I tossed it out the window. Carefully puttering up the logging road we went. Chapter 14, The Logging Road. Evening, Day 1. It was already starting to get dark and much colder, the days being so short in the winter months. We putted up the road for a while. I didn't throw any more cans really because this was pretty much a single road. They could see our fresh tracks and the weathered road that we were leaving with the van. It wasn't too much longer, and we started hearing the now familiar sounds of another ambush. I was always told that you started to learn to hear exactly what an ambush sounded like, and now I understood. As I could hear the gunfire stop, and move all the way around, I imagined what happened. It sounded like the first ambush let everyone fully come in and then shot at them from behind. Instead of staying and fighting, it caused more of them to run for cover. Some ran north and some south, each into another ambush apiece. There was more shooting back this time, but it sounded like the marauders ended up falling back instead of flooring it up the logging road. I had hoped that our guys got out safely. I figured they had because of the way the gunfire slowly stopped. It was the sort of fire where they had covered each other's retreat all while the other side was retreating as well. Hopefully all of our guys were on their way to safe places now, and that the marauders would take the bait up the logging road. It always got dark fast these months. I couldn't see the sun because it was below the tree line. Without a cell connection that was gone months ago, I wouldn't be able to tell when sunset was. I knew from my experience, though, that it would happen quickly and come soon. As we bumbled along up the wooded area on the logging road, we came across a clearing. It was dusk, and unfortunately the perfect time for an ambush. We stopped, and everyone got out. Scouts were sent in each direction for observation and to find a good campsite. The focal point of our attention was some left-behind logging equipment. Our driver pulled the van around and pointed the vehicle's light beams at the equipment. That served a dual purpose of blinding anyone if they tried to come out, and illuminating it for our safety. There was a semi-tractor with a still full load of logs nearby. It was like they were clearing this area out and it was abandoned, or it was an ambush. We all got out and put our gear on and left the van running for now. A group of us went to go clear the logging equipment. Had to make sure if we were safe, this was where we were going to call it for the night. We surrounded the semi with weapons drawn as best as we could and snuck up on it. Someone climbed up and opened the doors. Everyone covered him, some pointing their rifles around and some pointing their rifles directly into the cab when the door opened. Nobody was in the front of the cab, the entry. People jumped in to check the back of the cab. This was the most dangerous part. With one covering the other, they verified nobody was in the back of the cab. They gave the OK signal and we relaxed a little bit. A couple scouts had gone to check the perimeter. They circled around to the left and the right of the clearing and then returned. They said as far as they could tell we were good. While they were talking about how to set up camp for the night, I suggested how they should block the entrance. I asked if anyone wanted to search for the keys and see if we could move the trailer in the way so no vehicles would come through. It would be a total choke point. Then we could take the truck. They usually had enough space to sleep a few also. A few people started climbing around the inside of the truck and a few more on the outside. Sometimes the truck keys were hidden on the outside of the truck somewhere. Within a few minutes, someone had found the keys. The semi was fired up and was discovered to have over a half tank of gas. It didn't look like anyone had been around for a while, so I didn't really think to check if it was trapped or not. Thankfully, it wasn't. I also know some people have kill switches on their trucks so that only they can turn it on, but this truck wasn't that personalized. We all got out of the way and made sure our vehicles were in enough, and the semi moved the trailer of logs into position. It must have been a real emergency for the driver to leave the semi in full load here. Maybe there'd been word of the civil unrest, and so he got in a truck with the guys and sped straight home, figuring he could come back for his truck. There was other equipment here too, so it was like the entire worksite just up and left, never to return. It appeared easy to move the tractor and trailer into place. It had been on a dozed dirt road that was compact enough for semis to drive on. With that done, a guy hopped out and looked for how to disconnect it. He got it disconnected after a few minutes and drove the truck to safety. The road was now effectively blocked. I took a picture because I thought it was neat and that we did a good job. We found a secluded corner of the clearing under some trees, and that's where we made camp for the night. Chapter 15. Cold Campout. Night. Day 1. Night had fallen and the van's lights would reflect off of everything and be very easy to see from far away. We cut the engines to the semi and van and it was silent. It was also creeping into being dark enough to start a fire and nobody would be able to see the smoke by the time we got the fire started good. We were able to get one going right away as night fell and the temperature dropped a few degrees every minute. I'd been able to see my breath for a while now and was starting to shiver, despite my trusty thermal hoodie. To start to fight the cold off better in the exposed atmosphere, I dug out my shemagh from my pack. It was subdued city camo instead of multicam forest camo, but at night nobody would notice. I never got around to being able to afford multiple camo patterns of shemaghs, unfortunately. A shemagh was like a giant scarf that gained popularity in the multiple Middle East wars. The military contractors wore the shemaghs a lot there, then everyone in the West decided they were a great idea for tons of uses, so they stuck. I wore mine to cover my neck, like I had with a neckerchief back in Boy Scouts. This one was bigger though, and fluffier, and kept me warm and protected through many cold ops in the past. I dug out my snow hat next. Inside it were my mechanics gloves. They weren't the warmest thing on the planet, but they kept my hands just barely warm enough. The gloves also prevented direct exposure to the elements. I put the gloves on, then took my contractor cap off and put my snow hat on. Then to top it off, I pulled my hoodie over my head and cinched down the cords. I warmed up considerably. I would still lose a lot of heat from my legs, but this was a significantly marked improvement. The snow hat was special to me because I'd been wearing it since my teenage years. It was oversized to be stylistically cool looking for the period it was released, but served an additional function of actually being able to pull the hat down fully over my ears. It was stupid, but many snow hats never even fit my head properly to cover my ears. The portion of the hat that covered my ears was also folded back up, so it was a double layer. This kept my ears very toasty. It was also the most comfortable hat I had ever worn, surviving trips on local mountains overnight in the winter. Other hats were itchy or loose or didn't cover my ears at all. This hat was the perfection of all hat worlds, and even had a cool logo on it. My favorite fighting game for the time, embroidered boldly in red. They eventually made chic knockoffs of the hat over 20 years later, but I had an original. After getting as winterized as I could, I went to look around and see what everyone else was doing. Everyone else was getting winterized as well, or helping with the fire. A few guys had already been sent with some food down the logging trail to be the west outpost. I decided to put my Kevlar gloves on over my mechanics gloves and started helping gather wood. We would need a lot of wood to get us through the night. I gathered wood for a while, careful not to twist my ankle. Getting wood at night was dangerous, but sometimes had to be done. I heard some forest animals as I walked about. We weren't really here to hunt, but I could imagine someone taking out a deer if they actually could. We were in the right spot for that after all. Originally, everyone thought that the animal population would immediately get exhausted from the surge of hunting that would happen. It didn't happen, though, because the city-states stayed bottled up for so long, waiting for someone to come save them. The wild animal population was alive and well, and would be for quite some time. I brought my first bundle of sticks and branches back to the camp, and a couple of the guys were chopping them down to a manageable size for the pile or to make a shelter. I asked if there was any specific sizes they wanted, but they shrugged. I went out to get more. I stumbled off for a bit, using my flashlight, looking for a long branch and some short branches. I was careful to not stray too far. I had my compass with me, and I knew they were east, so I really couldn't get that lost. I eventually got a good handful of branches and sticks and started heading back. Thankfully, it was a dry night. The climate had a tendency to dry out as it got colder and get humid as it got warmer. This meant it rarely snowed, so we'd be dry, except really cold. I got close enough to the fire to where I could turn my flashlight off and got my branches back and dropped them into the community pile. It looked like we had enough to make it through the night and build a few shelters if we needed to. They'd already worked out the schedule by the time I got back. We were going to eat and then do 2 people on, 2 people off each observation post for 4-hour increments. The rest, such as the drivers, would get to sleep the whole time. As for sleeping arrangements, everyone got to sleep wherever they wanted. A few opted to sleep in the semi, since it had a sleeper cab. Others would sleep in the seats of the semi and van. 2 more could sleep comfortably in the van without it being too awkward. The rest opted to sleep in the shelters constructed outside because either they would have to rotate or felt like the vehicles would be bullet magnets. There was another guy that wanted to sleep by the fire, and there was room for me on the other side, so I volunteered for that. I would get up every few hours and keep the fire going, just enough to kick another log in. Everyone got done eating and threw the garbage in the fire. I went to go get another bundle of logs anyway. So I did. When I came back, everyone was either in their patrol group or had gone to bed. I set my sticks down next to me and gathered about half the pile and sat it next to me. I made sure there weren't any pokey sticks or rocks under me, and then I got some reflective blankets out of my pack and laid a reflective mylar sheet down on the ground. It was reflective and wouldn't let the cold get to me. I never got around to having a blanket in my bag. I guess I was really regretting that now. I grabbed a second mylar sheet and kept it folded up and set my pack down on the sheet so it wouldn't blow away, and I grabbed some sticks that were a few feet high apiece and twisted them quietly into the ground. I made sure they were forward of where I wanted to be, not too close to the fire but not too far away. Then I took the second mylar reflective sheet and fastened it to the sticks on each side. I opted to use medical tape because I knew it wouldn't destroy the sheets and would hold up all night. I only had to do a simple loop of tape around the mylar to fasten it to the stick, and it was fine. Then I ran the mylar back to where it would be behind me, so it ended up being sort of a V-shape lengthwise with me laying in the corner. I took my Kevlar gloves off and put them in my pack. I was laying on a reflective blanket, and I went above. I crawled inside carefully as to not rip or scrunch up the mylar and used my backpack as a pillow. The guy across from me had a sleeping bag and sleeping pad, so he was fine. It wasn't that I wasn't prepared. I was just used to camping out of a vehicle where I could carry a few more things. I made sure to turn my phone off after scrolling through my pictures. I fell asleep putting sticks in the fire, listening to the bugs. Nice and warm. Chapter 16. Time to get going. Pre-dawn. Day 2. By morning, the lookouts had switched several times. They helped me keep the fire going all night as they cycled through, which was nice. The rotating observers were very appreciative of the fire so they could get warmed up and slept by the fire briefly, wrapped up in emergency blankets themselves. As usual, I had to get up and go find a tree in the middle of the night, and I didn't try to fight it. I got up and found a place to go. I brought some sticks back with me. We had a nice strong fire all night thanks to everyone's combined efforts. Before long, far-off birds woke me up, signaling the imminent dawn. Coffee was brewing, and breakfast was going. We would be putting the fire out soon, so the smoke couldn't be traced back to us. Someone went and pounded on the truck and van to wake everyone up for pre-dawn. I took my boots off, changed my socks, and put my boots back on. Carefully tucked my mylar sheets away into my pack as neatly as I could, and then pulled the sticks out of the ground. We weren't adding any more sticks to the fire so ashes wouldn't get in the food. As soon as the food was done, the trash would be tossed in, then the fire would be doused completely. I put my pack back on and went to find a tree. When I came back, food and coffee were being handed out. I passed on the coffee, but accepted some food and water. They must have had food provisions with them in the truck, and, of course, using whatever we had left in the van. It seemed like a turkey sausage hash, and I had a huge serving. They'd made plenty for everyone. I thanked them for the food and ate my serving as fast as I could without choking. I drank all the water bottle down also and asked if they could spare another. They had several cases and obliged. I had a water filter in my pack, of course, but we were nowhere near a water supply. Nobody had discovered a water source in their scouting. I had a few spare water bottles in my pack, but you were supposed to always use your pack goods last. We were going to take the semi and van further east to draw them away. Our comms guy had been able to reach the comms guy from the main convoy over the system in the semi. The plan was still go, but as we were talking about it, and as the sky started to lighten in the horizon, gunfire erupted. We all stopped to listen, and the gunfire was several miles away to the north. We started frantically packing, and I looked over to see someone synchronizing our van and semi-startup so they would know we had two vehicles. He waved his hands over his head to make sure he had their attention, and then he held his hand out with a palm up. An arm popped out of each vehicle with a thumbs up. Then he put his fist out and arm straight and started twirling in a circle. Simultaneously, both vehicles started up and began to warm up. Everyone threw their remaining garbage in the fire, then quickly buried it in the dirt. We wouldn't spare any water. The smoke should dissipate before the sun can reflect off it, and the dirt will smother the flames and smoke. There was still no wind, which was nice, and meant that our food and coffee smells wouldn't lead them to our camp quickly either. Our comms guy couldn't raise the convoy on comms anymore, so we assumed they were too busy in their ambush operation. As we all packed up and started heading east up the logging road, we heard a secondary ambush begin southward. The road began to have a slight grade up in elevation, and the banks became heavily wooded again. Within a few minutes, the gunfire stopped in the distance, and up the slight grade we drove. I lost track of how long it had been, looking out the window into the forest, dodging branches as they tried to swat into my face. There was nothing to see, of course, no way that the marauders could have got in front of us and staged an ambush. What I was looking for, along with my friends, my brothers, is any potential new threats. We were potentially heading from one threat into another, dragging our problems with us. We kept rumbling up the grade, the semi in front of us taking point. They were higher up and could see possible threats that we could not. We were about 50 feet behind the semi. We wanted to make sure if there was an ambush that we could get out to flank and cover them. Also, that an improvised explosive couldn't hit both of us, and then, with little notice, the semi stopped. The semi in front of us unloaded and started taking positions. We all hopped out as well, and I grabbed my bag as I went. It was good because I wasn't sure if I could handle the guys in the back much longer talking about eating crayons. This color was better. No, that color was better. I know in Boy Scouts we ate chalk, so I understood the humor, I think. We all took positions also. And our CO went up front to see why we stopped. Turns out that we had come to a logging bridge at this point in the journey. It was always a good idea to inspect these just to make sure. There were usually a freight car dropped in between both sides with a lumber built up around to make a makeshift bridge. It would also be a good ambush point. Everyone spread out and took observation positions. It would also lessen the load the vehicles had on the bridge. Beneath the bridge was inspected via drone. One of the guys had a drone, so we didn't have to climb down, which would have been very dangerous. While he was doing that, the scouts came back and saw no signs of ambushers. Most of the team went ahead of the bridge, waiting for the vehicles to cross. A few stayed behind. Bridges could also be slippery, so everyone was really careful crossing the bridge. When I crossed, I took a few pictures of the creek on both sides. It was raging away and looked very cold. If our vehicles fell, we would have to do the rest of this mission without vehicles. It would be very difficult, and we still weren't technically very far. I crossed, then the semi carefully moved across the bridge. It had to be a steady crossing because any sudden burst could cause traction to be lost and the vehicle spinning itself right off the bridge. I tensely watched the semi move towards me across the bridge at a very even pace, foot barely on the pedal. This method also assured the bridge could evenly distribute the load. Everything seemed to be holding up fine. I took a second to look at the features of the vehicle. It was a rugged logging truck, one I always dreamed of owning myself. It had a beefy steel cage on the front and was turquoise. As it got closer to me, it looked like an aggressive truck monster that could take anything. The tires were giant single tires, extremely over-engineered and as tough as they came, with deep grooves to get through the mud. The semi had aftermarket exhaust stacks coming out both sides, behind the sleeper cab going straight up. I took a picture before I forgot. The truck looked simply epic. Then I backed up onto the bank to let the truck pass and saw no urea tank. This truck had been built before the Environmental Protective Agency screwed us again, setting us further behind the rest of the world. These trucks weren't too rare yet, but they were getting there. The good thing was that parts were always available, and they were easy to work on. This truck was definitely a valuable find. I didn't see any independent markings on it, but I didn't see any corporate branding on it either, so I assumed it was a fleet vehicle that simply didn't have any branding. The semi safely passed, so it was the van's turn. The driver gal effortlessly drove the van over the bridge, as if she'd performed the same task a million times before. I turned to look, and people were finding trees, so I went to find one as well as soon as they were done. When I came back, they were having a conversation. They said that the marauders indeed got funneled up the logging road. The South ambush team was able to then reunite with the North ambush team, and they headed to safety. It was all up to us now. We still had several vehicles and close to 200 people following us. The odds were still nowhere near in our favor, but we definitely had whittled them down quite a bit. I guess the 100 unaccounted for either perished in the ambushes, were wounded and stayed behind, or been demoralized and fled completely. Hopefully that was leaving some of the rest somewhat demoralized as well. If not, they would be as soon as they came across that trailer full of logs. I'm sure they wouldn't want to risk more ambushes and would take this path. If they were smart enough, they would figure out some way of moving the obstacle. I imagined all of them getting out and pushing it out of the way. I wonder if that was even possible. I debated, suggested blowing the chains off the logs and having the logs tumble down, but that seemed like a waste when this would do fine. They finished their conversation and confirmed the next set of plans, and we all hopped in and up the hill we went. We drove for a while without speaking much, and I drank some more water. We'd been on this road for some time, and I wonder how far it went. I tried to remember the dreams I'd had the night before, but I couldn't. After what seemed like hours, but it could have been a couple minutes, we stopped again. Looked like a clearing was ahead from what I could tell. Nobody got out. so I stayed put as well, and within a minute or two the semi pulled ahead and we followed. I was wondering to myself why we didn't clear this new area, but I understood soon enough. There was a few more of our vehicles already on the other side. I had a feeling this is where we would be parting ways. Chapter 17, Uncivilized Roads, Mid-morning, Day 2. There was a road running north and south that I could see now. We parked and everyone got out of their vehicles, so I got out as well, grabbing my bag and rifle as I went. I noticed that they left their vehicles running. That would be either because we wouldn't be here long or we were at an increased threat for an ambush. I realized I still had my mechanic's gloves and snow hat on. I took my snow hat off and put it in my pack and dug out my camo boonie hat. If my ears got cold, I could simply adjust my shimog to cover my ears. It was slowly starting to warm up, although there was a breeze now. I put on my boonie hat and cinched up the drawstring so it couldn't fly away. I'd look a little funny with it cinched up, but I'd rather look funny than lose my awesome hat. I adjusted the brim a little to get the sun out of my eyes. I saw the guys talking, so I slowly walked over, waiting to get invited to the conversation. They were talking about how the mission was essentially over, and that everyone was heading back to the stronghold to complete bolstering it in case the 200 marauders attacked. It was a long shot, but they think they could maybe hold it off if they were lucky. I turned and looked, and someone closed and locked the logging gate. The guy that closed and locked the gate came over to me and told me they'd done the same at the entrance gate. The marauders had posted a few people at the gate, but they had no attention span and before long had abandoned it. There was a possibility they had someone with a key or knew the combinations and would eventually get through the gates. If they did try to retreat, though, they would see it as just as much of a hassle to retreat as it would be to move forward. I let them know I thought that was a great idea. They could probably only cover 20 miles or so a day on foot, and with a lot less gear. I guess there was a counter risk of them deciding to live in that forest. Hopefully we didn't trap them in there too good. The guys were all huddled up, talking about how there would be a second mission springing from this that was purely voluntary. Obviously all of our missions were voluntary, but the alternative was to try to fight alone. Now that was unacceptable for us. The new voluntary mission was to take the vans into the city and draw the marauders even further away from our stronghold. The city was supposed to be abandoned. Passing through it would bog down the other side, trying to scavenge it for resources. Almost nobody was volunteering. There were only 2 so far. They were close friends of mine, so I immediately volunteered without thinking of personal consequence. One guy was built like a tank. He was the owner of the RV from earlier. The other was our XO. Our CO came over to thank us both for volunteering. We knew he had to go where he was safest most, so it was no problem. He would be going back to the stronghold, chauffeured by our driver. Right then we heard 2 more vehicles drive up. We recognized them right away as ours, and another one of our friends jumped out. He was our armorer. He tossed the keys to someone, joined our side, high-fiving all of us. He was carrying a bunch of odds and ends I figured I'd worry about later and tossed them in the van. That made 4 of us total. Our comms, which was also our security guy, shrugged his shoulders. His girlfriend smacked his shoulder and they had a little play fight and then embraced. He sauntered over and that made 5 of us. We looked around and nobody else would join. Nobody said anything, so I spoke up. Guys, this has been surreal and everyone did an amazing job. Thanks for everything and we will see you on the other side. Everyone nodded, really unable to speak. They hopped in their vehicles. Plenty of room now for the extra guys that we had. The semi drove off with the convoy and there we were in the street alone. I hopped in the back of the van with our armorer and tank. Our XO and comms guy climbed in the front and then we headed towards the abandoned town. Chapter 18, The Abandoned Town, Late Morning, Day 2. We bumbled along in the back of the van on the bare floor. Our comms guy yelled from the front, "Sign says town's just a few miles." We all thanked him as we bounced around in the back. I said, "What's up?" to our armorer. I hadn't seen him in a while. He slid something over to me on top of something else. I shined my flashlight on it and it was an armored plate carrier in my size. For me? He nodded. I took my chest rig off and put the armor plate carrier on. I tried to do it without smashing my face. I'd worn one before at an op that was really dangerous, but couldn't afford one before the collapse happened. It had its own AR mag pouches in the front. No pistol mag pouches there, though. I looked around and saw pistol mag pouches on the side. I started swapping my mags, and as the pouches on my chest rig weren't molly. As I did that, I realized the carrier wasn't getting that much heavier. What's with the carrier being so light, man? Those aren't steel plates. Those are ceramic. Rated to about level 3+. Same strength and everything, just half the weight. They still have the spalling. Should stop everything up to and around standard 308. I didn't question him, just thank him. I knew that once you get armor past level 3A that the math gets really weird. I mean, I could take most pistol rounds and a few common rifle calibers up to and including the 30 cal family. There were also some novelty rounds that could penetrate any armor, but nobody tried to defeat those because they were so fringe and never mass-produced. The armor also wasn't rated for all the variations of high caliber AP armor piercing rounds. For that I had to go up to level 4 plate, which was extremely bulky and insanely expensive before the collapse. I'd heard rumors of new prototype armors being developed, but I don't know if they ever became commercially available. So ceramic was the best I was going to get in terms of weight protection and availability. I found the side pouches with my flashlight and put my pistol magazines in. I cinched down the pouch straps to make sure to hold my small magazines in. The extended mags fit fine, but the short mags didn't. That was fine. They were supposed to go into mag carriers that gripped them tight, not mag pouches anyway. These mag pouches were for full-size pistol mags. I thanked him and tossed to my chest rig. "Throw it back into the gear pile," I said. He thanked me. It had been given to me by a friend when I only had a shoulder rig for my pistol. The chest rig allowed me to have my air mags and pistol mags. It could get handed down to someone else now. Goodness knows that we had a big shortage of tactical gear. People needed to get caught up and upgraded as fast as they could. We'd driven maybe a mile or so, as best as I could tell. We were going at a steady pace, and they had said the town was only a few miles. I had time to ask about the object he had slid my plate carrier over on. "What's this?" I asked, unable to see it very well in the shadow. My flashlight not making any sense of it in my brain. "A gift from a certain northern heathen." "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," I replied. "Yeah, he said you'd be able to figure it out and understand it." "Yeah, I'll figure it out when I see it," I responded. I picked it up and felt around. It seemed like some kind of shield he and I had been talking about online before the collapse. I guided my hand around the edges, holding it with the other. It had an odd shape with protruding stumpy V's on both sides. I was absolutely elated. Everyone had given me so much freaking crap for wanting a shield, and now I had one. Neener. They would see how important a shield could be. I thumped on my new shield, and it seemed solid. I couldn't wait to get it outside where I could see it and play with it. Our armorer spoke up. "Yeah, I figured it'd be important for the mission, so we made sure to get it to you." "Well, I really appreciate it," I responded. "I knew you'd like it, but it's a good use, okay?" "Oh, you know I will," I responded. Right around then, the guys up front told us we were entering the town. We would casually drive through and hopefully find somewhere to go and hide or whatever. I don't really know or understand the plan anymore. I only knew that we were trying to lead the marauders away as far as possible and buy everyone else some time. It wasn't really a suicide mission, simply riskier than usual with a lot more improvising required. We bumbled through the town, driving straight through, but then something weird happened and we slowed down. "Someone's flagging us down," I heard from up front. Right away this made me incredibly nervous and bad vibes washed up through my stomach. We should stop and talk to them because there could be an ambush up ahead if we don't comply." We stopped and our XO talked to the guy at the checkpoint for a minute. I felt the van make a turn slowly. Change of plans. According to that guy, we were the late group here to bid on some goods apparently. Play along, we'll think of something. I looked at our armorer and tank and they both shrugged. We turned another corner and I heard a gate opening. Nobody said anything, so I didn't say anything. Our guys in the front got out and talked a bit more, and they came and got us. I was very confused. Was this part of the plan? I didn't think so. It was too weird. The light stung my eyes a bit, but I got my bearings as fast as I could. I remembered at the last moment and grabbed my shield. It looked like we were in an old public storage facility. It had been abandoned and then thoroughly looted for some time, it appeared. We parked our van next to everyone else's. There were 5 vans in total, as well as a quad. I assumed the quad belonged to the coordinator. We didn't bother offering to disarm. We noticed that we weren't asked to. We were escorted a ways by the coordinator to a series of storage units that were facing each other. There were 4 storage units on our side and 4 storage units on the opposite side of ours facing us. We were in the leftmost storage unit of our side. We couldn't see the other 3 groups on our side, but we could see the 4 on the other side. It was weird, though. The leftmost storage unit was closed. It seemed odd to me, but I said nothing. I looked at the leftmost, the first storage unit if you were counting clockwise, closely. It wasn't latched or bolted. It was simply lowered so that we couldn't see in. If it didn't concern anyone else, I wasn't going to act concerned either. This wasn't the time or place to stick out. Someone might know we weren't who they thought. There was a stack of crates already in our storage unit. I didn't look because nobody else did. I looked in the 3 other units that I could see, and they all had similar stacks, but different crates and boxes. Everyone was absolutely armed to the teeth. Grass was starting to take over the yard between us, and we were maybe 15 to 20 feet away from the storage unit across from us. All the groups looked worse for wear, like they'd been fighting wars for weeks. They looked determined, though, solid, like this was a normal thing. Each group looked like they belonged to some different faction or subdivision, trading at gunpoint because there was no other way that was safe. One of the other groups, unit number 3, started to slowly eyeball us. They looked like some sort of semi-functioning hill family. I had a feeling we were made, yet they didn't say anything. Instead of making me less nervous, that made me more nervous. In my peripheral, it seemed like even their youngest looked like a psychopathic murderer. He was maybe around 15 years old, but it was hard to tell. I shuddered, hopefully not obviously. My mind was starting to play tricks on me because none of this was making sense. My paranoia was starting to play mind games on me. That's it. I heard some light sobbing coming from next to me. It sounded like maybe some women or girls. I wasn't sure. Seems like they had some slaves to trade. This made me very upset, but I pushed it out of my mind. We were outnumbered by multiple heavily armed groups under very confusing circumstances. I'd heard of slavery, but I had chalked it up to wild rumors. We weren't that far into the collapse after all, but it didn't take long for people to turn into sick animals. Who knows, maybe we could trade for them somehow and rescue them. Then I realized that this had been going on for a while, and I wondered how many more were out there. It would be next to impossible to make any substantial difference if all these groups were apparently okay with it. My mind was wandering as usual as I fought to keep my game face on. Just then I saw a tiny head poke around the corner of our cube. A little girl looked up at me, her upset face very dirty. She looked at me with fear in her eyes. I tilted my head towards the sudden motion and smiled at her without even thinking. She was stunned, then tried to smile back, and then got dragged back into her cube. There was a whack, and the sobbing resumed. I saw everyone's hands tighten around their grips in my group. All of them had kids. Several of them had daughters. I didn't think we'd be able to keep up this charade much longer before my whole team turned that corner and started beating the living hell out of whoever was in there. I think the facilitator could sense this and got tired of waiting on storage unit number 1. "All right, we're starting," he yelled into the closed unit. "Raise the shutter or you are out of the bidding." There were more crates in the middle. I imagine those maybe being some kind of wild card goods for whoever won to entice the bidding. A pair of girls started audibly crying from the next cube over. The coordinator rolled his eyes at cube number 1 and began. You have all brought items to trade. You should know the rules by now. You all have to have brought items that are worth more than what I've brought here. He patted the box. If the combined value is more, then the bidding begins based on how bad you want each other's stuff. You all stay in your cubes for safety. I tell you what's in each cube, and then you can figure it out. I think we already figured out what cube number 7's brought. More crying from the unit to our right. Number 1, are you guys in this or not? The coordinator turned to us all around and shrugged. Apparently this was unusual. The coordinator started with unit number 2 then, and they started opening all their crates in this bizarre show and tell. Then all of a sudden the shudder in group 1 began to rise. I heard units 7, 6, and 5 all lift their rifles at the same time. Nobody left their cube. This startled unit 2, who stopped what they were doing and started yelling, and the girls crying got louder. Unit 3 and 4 couldn't tell what's going on either and started pointing their rifles and pistols at everyone. Unit 1's shudder didn't stop though. It kept slowly and dramatically raising. Unit 2, 3, and 4 figured out what the concern was finally and lowered their weapons. The coordinator spoke up. Unit 1, you know the rules. Any shenanigans in the other groups are greenlit to wipe you out and take your stuff. Then your affiliation will be barred from attending in the future. This group ignored everything and kept raising their shudder. The light reached in and there were 6 people in varied styles of the same uniform with their backs turned. As soon as the shutter was lifted, the group dramatically turned around to reveal they were holding rifles. The tension seemed to ease for a second, until the group started fiddling around with their rifles. They partially disassembled their rifles for some reason, and then started sloppily reassembling them, not doing a very good job of it. They would have magazines falling out and try to pull the bolt back, only to have a bullet fly out due to it already being in the chamber. There was one that seemed to be trying to put a barrel on a partially complete rifle for some reason. It was very odd. Everyone started to get seemingly completely entranced by this sheer nonsense. There were 6 people with matching red neckerchiefs fiddling around with rifles, with at least 15 rifles pointed at them. I had subconsciously been trying to look for cover, but there really was none to be had. The units were also very shallow, offering essentially no cover from those across. More accusations started flying as this group, for about 30 seconds or so, kept fiddling with their rifles and dropping parts. The coordinator had completely lost control, and we silently exited around the left corner of the unit. We were noticed, but if anyone cared, it didn't register. They probably assumed we forfeited our loot, and then the thought glazed over due to so many threats around them. We quietly ducked around the lot of storage units and back to our van. We didn't want to make any noise that would draw attention. We were just about back to the van when all hell broke loose where we had just come from. All at once, a huge truck smashed through a piece of fenced wall, and bullets started flying into the storage area. A split second later, they were returning fire only to get stuck in a kill zone by an inside group. Our XO jumped in the driver's seat and turned the van on, and we all jumped in the back of the van as we drove away. The guys that got in first helping to pull in the rest of us. The gate was closed, so we couldn't go that way, and he didn't want to drive through and risk destroying the van. Through one-way spikes. Instead of ramming the gate, we turned, throwing us all into the side of the van, the doors flapping from partially open to partially closed since we didn't have time. We finally found an emergency exit that was open. It had one-way spikes that allowed people to only leave. We were about to make our final break for it when I saw 2 little people holding hands running towards us. "Stop the van!" I yelled. Our CO slammed on the brakes and I went flying towards the front of the cab. Everyone was instantly mad at me, but I ignored them, threw my shield down, and tumbled out of the van. I ran out to get the girls, hesitating as everyone thought I was mad. Finally, they saw what the issue was and hopped out to flank me. Right then, 2 hill people rounded the corner, bloody and angry. A few of them must have escaped the ambush somehow and were trying to get to the van. They didn't have enough people to open fire on us without immediately dying and let us go. We got the girls in the back of the van in seconds and peeled away with the rear doors properly closed. It wasn't safe in the back of the van with all the bumping and sliding around. As soon as we were safely away from the chaos, we helped them to the front of the van. Then we got them the seat from the cargo area and got them buckled into the center and right seats. We asked where their parents were, but they weren't saying much. We got them each a bottle of water, and they seemed to like that a lot. They still didn't say much, though. Before too long, they were out like a light bulb. We drove on east, into the hills. The only road there was that didn't lead us back into that town and back into that nightmare. It was almost enough to where I forgot about the marauders. I put my shield up against the steel of the van's structure, lead into it, and dozed off. Chapter 19, The Hills. Mid-afternoon, day 2. I don't know how long I slept. I got bonked maybe around 10 or 15 times before I really woke up again. Maybe that means we've driven 20 miles or so. I'd been out for an hour or so. I realized I'd been sleeping, and the guys started teasing me, said I was making weird noises. I told them whatever, and asked if there'd been any status on anything, and they all said no. I knew I made weird noises when I slept. I remember my significant other mentioning at times it sounded like something scary, and the noise wasn't reproducible due to it being so unnerving. There wasn't anything I could do about it, and I never remember doing it. I never remembered the dreams either. I suspect it had to do with my migraines and whatever was wrong with my head that useless neurologist could never find. The nurse practitioners and general practice doctors tried to tell me it was all psychological and depression, but whatever. I knew the difference between depression and having debilitating searing pain at completely random times, so the noises were probably attributed to that. Also, the bright blue dots I sometimes saw. They'd ask me to mark down if I saw hallucinations, and I'd tell them about the blue dots, and they would tell me those didn't count and to scratch them out. On the notes they wanted me to take. Even if I did see things, I would have never admitted it. Laws had gotten so overreaching that they could confiscate all your firearms if you showed even a hint of mental condition, regardless of what it was. It had got to where less and less people could own firearms every year. Yes, there was a small resurgence just before the collapse, due to the other side realizing their error in judgment, but by then, though, it was mostly too late to get the bulk of our freedoms back. So I had gone untreated for whatever was wrong in my head and made weird noises when I slept sometimes. I was sick and tired of doctors trying to pass everything off as a breathing disorder. I had undergone 2 complete tests and only suffered from a mild sleep apnea. Extremely frustrating how they would never listen until thousands of dollars and a year of testing were complete. Then other doctors refuted that data as well. It got really old. I'd always felt it was some kind of parasomnia, but most doctors would tone me out as soon as I brought that up. Eventually I gave up finding a cure and suffered horribly from day to day, trying to make ends meet however I could find a way. Taking tiny jobs until I would inevitably lose them due to my condition until the collapse happened. Now that all the pressures of the world were off me, I felt a lot better. I think a lot of other people echoed that sentiment, and then I remembered we had 2 little ones in the front seat. I tried to pay attention to how they were doing amidst the bumping and road noise under us. They were still sleeping, no doubt exhausted from whatever hell they'd been through. Hopefully they would be a little better with us, though I'm not sure how much. We'd have to take them back to our stronghold and try to figure out where their parents were, I guess. I had a feeling, though, that their parents were gone. No parent would readily give up their kids unless they were evil. Those parents didn't need their kids back anyway if they'd trade them for a fleeting false sense of security. We'd figure it out. We were coming up on another town. I'd heard our comms guy and the XO guy talking about they'd agreed to try avoiding this one. Instead of heading east into the town, we went north to go around it. It eventually banked east again and finished going through some farmland into more forest. It would be dark soon, and we hadn't worked out a way to go to sleep. I figured we'd just keep driving through the night. I estimated we were at about half a tank of gas. I tried not to think about exactly how much fuel it would take to drive back to our stronghold, where we would be relatively safe. I couldn't think about our safety. I had to think about how we were drawing the marauders away from all of our loved ones, brothers and sisters. So all the people we cared about didn't have to endure what the two girls up front had to deal with. We passed through more thick woods, going steadily up in altitude, and I tried not to think about it. Our XO had a plan. He knew where we were going. I had an idea, but how the journey would be successful was completely beyond me. Something I just had to think about the destination, not the journey. Sometimes. So I imagined us being successful and the journey being complete, and I smiled. And then I felt the van slow back down. "What's wrong?" I asked. The comms guy was a little taller than us and could see over the seats and through the front windshield earlier. It looks like we're being stopped by some unhappy-looking people." The XO explained that we were just passing through and didn't want any trouble. They explained that this was their territory and nobody was allowed in or out. He explained again that he really didn't want any trouble and needed to get going so his daughters could get home. He emphasized that he did not want to wake them up and that they were napping well. They looked at each other sort of puzzled from what I could see. They didn't think to look in the back of the van, I guess. Thankfully they couldn't see us from their angle due to the shadows. They weren't super smart apparently. They moved to the gate and decided to let us go through. We drove through their community, if you could call it that. I remembered we still had roughly a box of food in the van with us. I told all the guys to stuff it in all their packs. It would be heavy and it was canned food, but I didn't want any of it going to waste. It didn't absolutely have to. Sure, throwing cans out the window was a strategic move, but I wasn't letting this food go if I could figure something out. Eventually, everyone quickly stuffed the canned food in their bags, and I did the same. As we passed, I heard one of them say, "I wonder what's in the back of the van." We all face-palmed and puttered along by. Our comms guy relayed back to me what he could see, hiding behind the seats looking out. He said it was some kind of commune, tons of trailers off in the woods, surrounded by more trailers, both directions. Trailers up in the woods, RVs, manufactured homes, every type you could think of. That didn't sound good to me at all. I had my phone turned on, so I put my camera up above the seat and recorded as much video as I could. He said people were starting to look at the van very funny, so he slunk back down to make sure nobody saw. I put my phone away as well. I guess they didn't see new faces around here very much. We eventually got to the other end of their encampment, and there was another gate. Our XO explained again the story that he'd come up with, and they looked at each other and laughed and shrugged. The gate guard said he could leave, sure, but the van had to stay. We looked at each other, and I got an idea. "Hey, let him have the van," I whispered. They all nodded in agreement, and our XO said, "Sure, the van's yours, just let us go." They looked at each other and said, "Sure, we'll let you go." I had a feeling if our XO and the two girls had been alone, they wouldn't be getting out of here. He turned around and said, "Okay, guys, he wants the van." Our armor took that as a cue to open the back of the van, and we all piled out. The two gate guards literally urinated and defecated themselves. Although looking at the clothes, it was hard to tell if this was a new thing or if their clothes always looked that way, and they smelled horrible and looked worse. I looked around and saw other confiscated cars also. This looked like a little ruse they liked to do. I snapped a few pictures, then we went to the passenger side door. One of the guys was standing close to the door. He didn't back off when I walked up to him. Our tank walked over to flank me though, and he backed off quick. Our armor came over to my side also, and our comms guy went to the driver's side where our XO was. I picked 4 little somethings out of my bag as the girls were groggily waking up. Unsure what was going on, they were earplugs to put in their ears, so they wouldn't have to hear anything in case it got loud. The girl closest to the door put her hands over her mouth and said, "Hmm." That really disturbed me, but I didn't have time to think about it. I twisted it up and pointed it into my ear. She understood and nodded. I got earplugs in her ears and told her to hold them. She nodded. I unbuckled her and picked her up and handed her to our big guy. Instead of letting him set her down, she gave him a big hug, so we held on to her. The second girl wouldn't come near me. I didn't force the issue, but tapped on the first girl's shoulder. She whipped her head to look at me with fierce and defiant eyes. I pointed to who I assumed was her friend in the car. She nodded and climbed off my friend and back into the truck, and they whispered into each other's ears a little bit. And then the skittish girl nodded, and the defiant girl put her hand out to get my earplugs, so I put the earplugs in her hand. She put the earplugs in her friend's ears, then unbuckled her, and she grabbed the reluctant girl's hands and brought her to the edge of the seat, and then she jumped back into my big friend's arms. The armorer tapped my shoulder and squeezed into the door frame. He put his hands out, and she put her hands out, and he carried her away with her holding onto him in a death grip. We all got to the other side of the gate, and our XO tossed them the key. The guy fumbled to catch them and dropped them, and we walked away as fast as we could. There was unfortunately only one way to go, up the hill on foot, so that's what we did. Our big guy and armorer were walking next to each other so the girls could see each other to know they were together. I couldn't see where the sun was, and I didn't feel like getting out my phone. Whatever time it was, though, we got about a mile before we heard people in the distance coming up the road after us. Our XO took a key out of his pocket and threw it deep into the forest. We double-timed it, but it was hard with the two children. When we realized we could not run them, we decided to conserve our energy. I listened carefully. I'm pretty sure I heard a chainsaw. I told the guys it was time to cut a new trail. They all agreed, and I found a spot that would be super easy for them to notice, and I forged ahead with my shield through the brush. This was as fast as we would ever be able to go without a huge motorized equipment. I shoved right through the brush as fast as I could. It sounded like they initially went by us, but then figured it out. It sounded like there was at least 30 of them, and they were pissed. They weren't complaining about the van, though. They were complaining about something else. As they got closer, I realized what the problem was. They thought we were behind the ambush 2 towns ago. The survivors must have made their way back. In their infinite wisdom, they realized we were late to the meet and figured that that was the connective tissue. We cost them the 2 girls they obviously wanted, and we cost them the death of a few of their brothers. They were so stupid that they didn't realize that we weren't even supposed to be at the storage unit trade outpost. We must have taken the place of another group that got tipped off, maybe buddies with the people across from us, maybe affiliated with the marauders that were following us. The guy with the chainsaw had taken the lead and was able to move faster than I could through the brush. We finally made it through to a strange outcropping in the middle of the woods. I could hear frogs all around over the chainsaw. It must have been getting evening, and there must be a river or pond nearby. All of our guys got into the clearing, and I got out in front to face the chainsaw guy so he wouldn't get into our ranks. He was huge and wielded the large chainsaw with ease. I was glad the girls didn't have to hear how horrible this was. I remember from being a child that everything was a lot less scary if you didn't have to hear it. I backed up a little bit to make the chainsaw maniac think he had some space. Then I rushed him with my shield. I didn't need to knock him down. I just needed to shove him back to stop the people behind him. They were stuck in a column. As soon as I stopped their advance, we might be able to stop a few of them before they hack us down with their axes, machetes, and other farm tools. These psychos were beyond reason. I looked at my brothers to my left and my right. The only 2 had rifles ready because the others were still holding the girls. I understood. They didn't want to set the girls down and have them run off in terror or have them think we were leaving them. We wouldn't let either happen. As long as they were attached to our guys in a bear hug, they felt safe. 2 rifles, one with a 30-round mag and one with a 20-round mag, but stronger rounds. There was room for no error, and no guarantee the rounds would even stop them at all. They'd have to switch to sidearm instead of reloading, and it would be so close. I didn't want to think about it. I did what I had to even the odds. I yelled as loud as I could and charged into the guy with the chainsaw. He was easily an entire foot taller than me and weighed as much as I did, but in muscle. He was prepared with his chainsaw and brought it down to bear, so I would have to run into it to get to him. About 3 steps before I got to him, he saw it, but it was too late. He started trying to move his chainsaw to redirect, but he couldn't. I drew my pistol out from behind my shield and emptied the entire mag into him and then slammed into him. He went flying and I crashed into the ground. That made the rest of the group think twice and they were stunned. Their big king psycho had fallen. I recognized him as he died on the ground, as the guy that had been eyeballing me at the storage facility. I slinked backwards with my shield in front of me should anyone try their luck with their extremely dangerous homesteading tools. Once I got 20 yards back, I stood up. We all just stood there staring at each other. I looked at the raiding party and saw a lot of mad psychotic faces. The first one took a step and silently dropped, clutching the side of his neck. The rest charged. I threw my shield down and opened fire with my AR. We each dropped one as they came in, with a fourth mysteriously dropping on their own. We fired as fast as we could, as all 30 of them tried to rush us, filling into the field. They were trying to envelop us. Our armorer and tank looked at each other, but didn't set the girls down. Our XO comms guy and I each took our next shots, and we dropped one apiece, with a fourth falling on his own. We'd each get one more shot before they were in melee distance, and there were too many more. We each took our shots and jumped back to avoid the other bodies falling on us as their vitals began failing their consciousness. Then each of us got tackled. I was fighting off some awful lady trying to hack at me with a machete, screaming that I'd caused her boy to die or some crazy thing. I couldn't do anything to her and still deflect her blade with my AR every time it came crashing down. Thankfully my accessory rail was taking most of the abuse, but the blade would eventually win. I had no way to get a position out of her machete range. When all looked lost, something struck her in the neck and she fell on top of me. I quickly kicked her off and scooted away. My two friends also had bodies on them, so I kicked the bodies off and put my hands out to help them up, and both accepted. There were still a few stragglers looking at us in shock. They fell one by one to our combined fire. The few remaining ran in fear, screaming something about the swamp boogeyman. Chapter 20. New friend? ? Evening, day 2. A guy came out of the forest after they were gone. He yelled, "Don't shoot!" And he had his hands way out to his sides. He had a funny-looking hollowed stick in one of his hands. We lowered our rifles, and my friends asked the girls if it was okay to set them down. The more skittish one looked at the braver one, and the braver one nodded. They both hopped down and ran to each other to hold hands. We went to the bodies and started kicking away the weapons and making a pile. Was never sure if one could spring back up somehow. I remembered that I needed to check my pistol. I got attacked so fast by the machete lady I forgot all about it. Thankfully it was laying right next to me. I grabbed it and popped my short pistol mag out and put in a fresh short mag from my side mag pouch that was on my new plate carrier chest rig. Then I put the empty mag in my bag. They were still around in the chamber, so I didn't rack the slide. Then I put my pistol back into its concealed holster. The forest guy came over to us and said, "I ate those guys." Our comms guy took his ear pro off and said to the forest man, "You mean you hate those guys?" "Yeah, I ate those guys," he confirmed. We all chuckled nervously. I looked at him for a second. He didn't look like a bad guy. Not much clothes to speak of, just some big baggy shorts, matted up hair, some old tattoos, and jewelry I couldn't place. He seemed nice enough. He said, "The frogs said to help you. Now the frogs say there needs to be a sacrifice. I require the bodies for the sacrifice. Then we can be like brothers." I knew most of our group was pretty solid on their religious beliefs and wouldn't like the sacrifice idea. I asked the nice man if we could have a second to discuss, as the ringing in my ears from gunfire slowly subsided. That also gave my hearing a chance to calm down after the gunfire and make sure that I actually heard what I thought I just heard. "Yeah, but hurry. Not much time," the strange man responded. I thanked him and we went to our huddle to discuss. The girls had taken their earplugs out and had sat down in the grass to play with them, squishing them all different ways. Guys, I know you're not gonna like this, but I got a good feeling about this guy. They nervously laughed at me. There were heavy reservations. How do you know he wouldn't do that the same to us? We should bury the dead, not let him have them. Whatever it is, it should be humane. There were more concerns, all valid, but they conceded. Not much time, the forest man repeated. I spoke for us. We accept your terms. You can have all of them, under one condition. Name it. No torture. Oh, don't worry, I don't torture. I wasn't sure if that was more reassuring or less so. He disappeared for a few minutes and came back with a donkey and a cart. One of my friends facepalmed and shook his head. The forest man told us to head east and find his house. Easy to find, he said. East, follow frogs. He loaded up all the bodies and carted them off, through the brush and back down the road towards the commune. It's getting dark, let's go, our XO said. I checked the time and shut my phone off. Then I went to look for the girls really quick, having forgotten all about them. One was playing with my shield, pretending to be a shield maiden. Her more timid friend was looking at her, clapping and smiling as she showed off. I waved at them and they noticed and followed, shield in tow, hand in hand. Our tank had his compass out and helped us keep going east. Had to make sure to factor in magnetic north so we didn't miss it. The frogs and compass led us to a modest house in the middle of the woods right next to a small lake. The frogs were very loud and happy. There was a couple of benches, so we sat and waited. The girls went back to playing. I told them not to play with the frogs because I remember a little girl that loved to play with frogs at a group barbecue we'd gone to. She wanted to take the frog home and it caused a stir. The two girls ignored me and kept playing with the shield. We all got out water and waited for our new friend. It was starting to get dark. Someone had got out a snack for the girls to eat, which made them happy. They still weren't really talking to any of us. They just kept whispering to each other. I didn't know what to think of it. I was trying not to think about what they had gone through. As soon as it was more prudent, we'd ask where their parents are. Although I surmised that if they had parents or wanted to be reunited with them, they would have asked by now. At least they weren't playing with the frogs. It had been maybe half an hour or so since the altercation in the forest. Everyone had refilled their mags, checked their weapons functions, and were going over the plan. Something about trying to get to the mountain for some reason. We had our radios off to conserve power for a while now. Some of our guys had 7-watt and could transmit a decent distance with the right antenna, but even with the upgraded batteries, those just didn't stay charged for a super long time. Most of us only had 4-watt radios, but the guys with the 7-watt kept them to 4-watt unless there was a specific op reason. Anything larger than 7-watt, and you were supposed to have a base station. Those were typically in vehicles, as they were quite bulky and required a lot of power. People did have them in their homes, though, and I had seen some that could maybe be field-sized, but I'd never seen one in use. So we waited, it was dusk, and visibility was going down. We didn't really have anywhere to go. We could try to make a fire in a shelter in the dark, but didn't have anything proper for the girls. One of the guys was more than a little irritated about the sacrifice thing. He was talking to one of the guys that was less irritated, I guess trying to make him more irritated, but it wasn't working. The argument being that we need to stick to our beliefs, and that people should be treated with respect. The counter-argument being that they were trying to kill us, and would have done much worse. They needed to be sent a lesson, so they would hopefully never hurt anyone again, and so hopefully they wouldn't come after us again. The discussion wasn't really resolved, but at this point it didn't have to go anywhere with there being no middle ground here. I really hated stupid arguing, people not being able to come to an understanding because they refused to have middle ground. Everything had to be their way or no way. Then when they didn't get their own way, they bitched about it for weeks on end. I was hoping this wouldn't be one of those cases. I didn't want there to be arguing around the girls. It wasn't getting too heated, and they were keeping their voices relatively down, so I didn't bug them. It was at least keeping them occupied. It wasn't too much longer before there was some crashing through the forest. We all focused on where the sound was coming from and had our ARs at the low ready in a heartbeat. Moments later, through the dark, there was our strange forest guy. We lowered our weapons. We could see him hauling his cart behind him, now with nobody in it. He dropped the cart by a woodpile. "Welcome back," I said. He nodded and smiled. Our guy with the biggest issue, the armor, asked him what he did with the hill people. "I returned them to their camp so they could be with their friends. The consideration will protect us so we can be at peace. Now we are brothers." This seemed to assuage our armorer's concerns. Maybe in his mind he pictured they all came to a peaceful understanding and shook hands and agreed that everything was going to be okay from now on. In my head, I pictured him dumping off a cart of bodies, taking the ones still alive and tying them to poles around the town, letting them wake up to see that all their friends were dead in front of them. It was literally a sacrifice. They were dying so we can live. Everyone seemed in pretty good spirits then, and I didn't see any issues in anyone's faces. "So what now that we are brothers?" I asked. That perked up the forest man. "Oh, yes. Now you come inside, and we thank the frogs." They all looked at me like this was stupid. The forest man walked over to his door, opened it, and disappeared for a moment. We started to see little lights pop on in the house as he lit candles or lanterns. And then he popped his head out. Come in, it'd be getting cold." I hadn't realized it, but I was getting really cold. I think I'd put my hoodie up without even realizing it, which didn't really fit well over my booty hat. I told the girls to grab my shield, which the bolder one did. I had a feeling it was becoming her shield. We followed the forest man inside, our exo first, then me, then the girls followed, and the rest of the trailer in after. As we went in his home, the ambient sound of frogs quieted, but not by much. I realized that was because there was frogs inside the house also. They were in several large aquariums and seemed to be very happy. I could tell a few of the guys were still on edge a bit, nerves renewed due to the new situation, but I left it alone. It was good to follow your instincts, trust, and verify. The forest man told us to sit, and said we could get the fire going. He went off to go get something. Our XO checked the fire out in the fireplace. It didn't need much getting going again, and in a few moments the fire was going strong. I instantly started feeling warm again, and felt like I could take my mechanic's gloves off, so I did and put them in my bag. I had set my bag down next to me so I could get things in and out as needed on the couch. I hated sitting down, but I knew it made everyone else extremely uncomfortable to stand around. It was hard for me to relax, though, and this was usually the only way I could see everyone. I knew from history, though, there was a few times I really should have sat down and didn't. And there was other times where I sat down and everyone wanted me to stand up. Turning my head around was the worst. It was so much easier to just stand so I could move my whole body. I guess that was why. Around then, the forest man came out and had a box. I went to go give it to the girls. "Here you go, have fun." It was all I could do to imagine them opening a box to a bunch of frickin' frogs jumping out, which they of course would want to play with. I love frogs, don't get me wrong, but I don't know what it is with trying to get kids to stop playing with them once they get started. There weren't frogs in the box, though. It was a big box of toys. What a relief. They each found toys to play with, and that was that. He came down to sit with us after getting them occupied. "Those squirrels aren't yours. Where did you get them?" We all looked to our XO, and he responded for all of us. We ran into slave traders 2 towns back. The girls ran to our van as we were trying to get away. When the trade auction thing got ambushed, our analyst here is the one that saw them. Then he pointed to me, and I nodded grimly. We all looked grim. The girls happily played with the toys in the background in the candlelight to the sound of frogs and fire crackling. Our XO continued. "Those people that we ran into in the field were part of the trade auction thing also. Another group was missing, probably in league with the red scarf folks. Huge ambush, smash and grab. We barely got out. Those people down in the last town chasing us thought it was us that set them up, but we'd never seen any of those people before. Now here we are." "Yeah, now here you are," the forest man replied. His last word trailed with nothing more needed to be said. "Now, how about some grub?" We looked at him and each other, wondering if grub meant actual grubs. I decided to jump at the opportunity. "Grubs sound great." My friends and I all looked at me like I was being a moron, which I was. The forest man looked at me and said, "Don't be gross. It'd be a figure of speech." He was smiling, though, and I couldn't tell if he saw it was a joke or not. Our XO said, "That sounds really good. We would much appreciate it. Wouldn't mind contributing somehow if we could. Sure, could always use more firewood brought in. It's getting cold and the night's long." A few of us went out to the woodpile to go get wood. It looked like a dwindling stack to the left of the living room stove. Probably only enough for a few hours at best. The forest man walked over to go to the kitchen and motioned me to follow. I followed him to the kitchen, and he walked me to a case of water. Told me to bring it back for everyone, so I did. "Hey everyone, here's a case of water he wanted to share with us." I set it on the coffee table and opened it with my knife and took one for myself. Everyone inside was sitting down, so I just handed them each one if they looked like they wanted one. Then I took a bottle for myself and drank from it. It seemed to taste fine. I went back in the kitchen to see what else there was to do. He was trying to get a second oven going that looked like a cast iron cooking stove. I saw that the woodpile was also small, so I put on my Kevlar gloves that were in my bag and brought some wood back in from the other room. I saw a hatchet and split the wood into tiny pieces on some stone that he had laid in there. I know I put my gloves on for this stuff. I hated getting splinters. I made a stack, a quarter-sized kindling for him so he could more easily get the stove started. "You done this before?" he inquired. "Yeah, when I was a kid." He nodded in approval and checked the oven portion to make sure nothing was stored in there. Nothing was, so he closed it. The tiny fire with the newspaper and a few tiny pieces of kindling was getting started. Then he put his hand out. I handed him a few pieces so he could set them on top of the miniature fire that he started. Right about then I heard the front door open in the other room. It was our friends coming back with a wheelbarrow of wood. The other guys got up and helped them bring the wood in. I repositioned myself to look back into the kitchen to notice the forest man was missing. I looked around more and noticed a door partially open. I guess he went through there, I thought to myself. I knew better than to follow, though, because I wasn't invited. I heard someone coming up from the stairs and figured out he must have a basement. I scooted over to get the door for him, and he came up with several pizzas and beer. I didn't drink, but I knew everyone else liked to enjoy a beer or two. The fire had gotten going pretty good, and I put a few more sticks in there. It was almost time for a medium-sized piece. I rotated the medium piece until it would fit and got it in there. Then I closed the hatch partially. The fire would still need oxygen. The side vent was open to let oxygen in, but it was better to make sure that you didn't choke it out. He looked, nodded in approval, and went to take beers into the other room. I picked up my water that I guess I'd set down and followed him in. "My brothers, I bring you cold ones so we can celebrate our victory." He set down several types of beer on the coffee table. They all sifted through, somehow understanding what all the gibberish on the cans meant. Dark this and draught that, blah blah blah, who cares? They all fiddle-farted over their stupid flavors, and eventually all settled on what they wanted first. They all knew better than to offer me one as I sipped on my water. Our forest friend spoke up. "Young brothers. Young brother, you not want beverage?" "I appreciate it, but I'll pass. Got my water," I responded then. Held my water bottle up. "To our brothers, the ones who are here and the ones who aren't." I bonked my water bottle on everyone else's canner bottle, and they all did likewise. Forest man went back into the kitchen. I figured by now the oven was ready, and he probably figured the same. I followed him back in the kitchen as the guys started to sip their crafted brews. I didn't want to silently stalk him around, and I had plenty of questions as he put his first pizza in the oven. I noticed the pizza was on a stone. I couldn't help but notice some of those villagers were conveniently falling down by themselves during the attack. I intentionally trailed off and let him piece together what I was wondering. I didn't want to pry too hard. I didn't want it to be like it was an audit. I did not do that. It was defrogs. I have defrog power. "I see. You're some kind of frog shaman?" He glanced at me for a second as if considering terminology, then approval washed over his face. "A frog shaman, that be a good way to put it." He thought for a second as if considering whether or not to tell me the whole story. "These frogs, they be toxic now, not like before. Something changed them into water." I thought for a second. There were no poison arrow frogs in this cold climate. They all lived in a much more humid climate. This area was cold, only tree frogs and green frogs up here. What made the frogs toxic? Something happened to their water? The power got out from the dam. Somehow contamination in all the water. Animals sick from the water. Come down here in water. Contamination dishwater. His choice of words made me think again. You said the dam? Did something happen at the dam? Yeah, the people attacked the dam because the power to go out caused the toxic water. He paused for a moment. Then the new people take over. Water still not toxic. Still no power. Still this water toxic. He motioned his hand around. Now frogs have special toxic power. I thought for a moment and then asked, how'd you figure out about the dam? We heard rumors, but that's it. Oh, hold on. The frogs told me. Okay, the frogs told him, I thought semi-sarcastically. Yeah, he paused as if responding to my thought. The frogs told me. Wait, did I say that out loud? I was probably just tired. I thought, puzzled as the fatigue and stress of the day gripped me. The frogs, they tell me a lot. They say you coming, that you not bad men. Well, we definitely appreciate it. Your hospitality has been much appreciated. Don't mention it, little brother. With that, the first pizza was done. He slid it out on the table and put in the next one. The aroma was intense in the garlic and the cheese. Didn't ask what the meat was just going to pretend it was from an animal that he had caught. I heard some chattering in the other room. The guys had relaxed a bit due to the beers. I heard a few head outside probably to get extra wood for the night. Mountain guy sliced the first pizza up and brought it in the other room. He laid it out on the coffee table for everyone. Here you go. More soon. Eat up, brothers. The girl rushed over and grabbed some, the bold one eating first, then the little timid girl. It was hot, so they just nibbled at first, little smiles on their faces. Everyone else decided to wait for the rest of the team to come back with wood from the woodpile. I went back in the kitchen with our forest friend. I hated being the first to eat. The fire needed to be stoked, and there was plenty more that I'd wondered about. So, those villagers, you think they'll come back up here for revenge? No, definitely not be thinking so. I decided to leave it at that. I didn't want to pry anymore. I imagined them tied to posts alive throughout the night, the dead and dying piled up around them. Maybe he put frogs on their wounds or something to make sure they lived and wouldn't be in too much pain. The villagers, too superstitious to go anywhere near them, frogs hopping all over them just to make sure. Yeah, I can't imagine they'll mess with us again. We both sat quiet and thought and let the pizza finish. When it was done, we brought it back in the other room. It was a self-rising pizza. He must have stocked up before the collapse in the giant freezers in the basement, so they would always stay at good temperature to save on electricity. We all ate in relative silence once the guys got back from bringing in the second load of wood. They didn't want to discuss the plan around the forest man due to OPSEC. I don't mind. I was tired of talking about work. Anyway, none of us had real food in quite a while. Our cold stores were the first to get cooked off due to not having electricity to refrigerate. It barely got warm enough during the day in the Pacific Northwest, where you couldn't trust the outside to keep anything around the proper temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit. If it snowed, though, all bets were off. People loved to throw their stuff outside in the snow to keep it cold. We all sat in the warmth. The girls finished eating and went back to playing. The forest man let us know there was a guest bedroom for the girls to sleep in. Our XO went and checked it out and said they'd be just fine. It wasn't long after dinner before they were completely passed out from the day. Our armor and tank picked them up and set them in bed and tucked them in. We talked late into the night about the state of the civilization and our history as a team. We worked out a guard rotation and started to sleep in our friend's warm house. I took first watch this time. I had a lot to think about. I missed my cat. It was really hard to sleep without a cat walking all over me. I can't imagine a cat would do well here, though, not with all the contaminated water and poisonous frogs. I listened to the soothing frogs for several hours, just making sure to keep the stove moderately full of wood. It wasn't long before I heard sad noises coming from the girls' room. I brought in a water bottle, and one of them was whimpering. That woke up the bolder of the two, and she looked at me. I uncracked the water bottle lid enough so she could open it and handed it to her. She nodded and woke her friend up to give her a drink. I left the room. In a few minutes, I felt a tap upon the shoulder as I was sitting in my chair. I spun around, not having heard anyone coming. 2 sets of eyes looked at me. I walked to the bathroom door and they followed. Then I handed them an electric lantern we'd brought and flicked it on. They wouldn't go in. I mentally smacked myself and put my hand out to get the lantern back and went in first and checked behind the door and quietly moved the shower curtain so it was scrunched up. Checked the cupboards quietly, made sure there was toilet paper in there, and set the lantern in a central spot and set the toilet paper next to the lantern and came back out of the bathroom and gave them a thumbs up. A little while later, they both popped back up on my shoulder. It was getting less and less unsettling by now having them sneak up on me, I guess. I went and got the lantern from the bathroom and walked them back to the bedroom. The lantern had a night mode, so I flicked that on so they'd have a night light. I pulled the covers back so that wouldn't be a problem, and then they looked at me as if criticizing me. I mentally smacked myself again and took the lantern and shined it around the room and under the bed. Then I quietly opened the closet and shined it in there and all the dresser drawers. I looked at them, and the bolder of the two gave me a thumbs up. They climbed back in their bed, and I put the lantern back on night mode and made sure the water bottle was next to the lantern so they could find it. They gave me those eyes like they were okay now. I went back to my post in the living room. I sat in silence for a while, wondering about the whole situation. The dam, the marauders. They must be sleeping somewhere. It's safe to assume they made it to the first town. Maybe that was even a splinter part of their group that smashed into the first trade post at the first town. Another tap on my shoulder out of nowhere. This was getting ridiculous. I needed to get them each a paracord bracelet with bells on it or some crap. It was the bolder of the two girls. She looked around the room and found my shield by the candlelight, and she took a spot across the room and tucked her knees into her chest and held the shield to her shins. I blinked a few times, holding my AR close, barrel down, safety on. Seconds later, I was out like a light without realizing it. Chapter 21. A New Day. Pre-dawn. Day 3. I woke up with a start, realizing I drifted off. It had been several hours. I hadn't woken up my replacement. Across the living room was the forest man putting a log in the fire. Across from me was the bald girl holding her shield. I meant my shield against her. I guess it was her shield now. Oh well. We'd figure it out later. I couldn't hear the birds yet, but felt like they would be waking up soon. I got up and followed the forest man into the kitchen as he went. Hey, I whispered, you got any coffee for the guys? Oh boy, do I. Is it time for them to get up? Yes, it is. Pre-dawn is bad juju. They'll need coffee. Juju, huh? He laughed. But not too loud. Yeah, we make coffee. Prevent bad juju. He went downstairs to his cellar and came up a few moments later with a sack that sounded like it had beans in it. He put a couple beans from the bag in a mortar and began quietly grinding with a pestle. I'd never seen this done with coffee grounds before. Coffee beans before? Done to make coffee grounds before? And was quite intrigued. He put in a few more and continued grinding. He carefully and quietly set it down on the kitchen table. The table was small, only room for 2 or 3. Now you. I sat down and repeated his motions, dumping in a few beans from the bag at a time, never touching the beans with my hands. He went to get a pot going to make the coffee in it and set it on the kitchen table. I ground up about the amount that made sense in my head. It amounted to a cup or so in measurement. My new mountain friend came over to check and nodded. Very good. He poured some water from a filtered pitcher that he had into the coffee pot. That filled it to about 2/3 full. Then he put the grounds into a basket, stuck the stem piece up through the basket. A special fastened bump stopped the stem at the right spot, and he put the lid on top, and it had a little glass topper. Memories flooded through my mind of when my dad used to percolate coffee on the campfire. He set the coffee pot on the stove in a medium heat sort of spot, comparatively to hundreds of degrees anyway. In just a few minutes, the coffee pot filled the home with an amazing earthy aroma. I nudged the guys awake one by one in the order of who I knew would be the most receptive to wanting to wake up. This also prevented the rush to the restroom. I only had to slightly motion the guys to consciousness, and the coffee did the rest. It got pulled off the stove at the perfect time right before it boiled over and was percolating in the glass gem on top. Everyone agreed it was probably the best coffee they ever had. It wasn't long before they were all up, alert, and waiting to get going. As I was getting the guys up, our forest friend made a giant pot of oatmeal for all of us on the stove. The home smelled of maple and rehydrated apples. A few guys went out to scout and get firewood, but they were back soon to enjoy breakfast. I let our generous host know I was thankful for the food, and he nodded, enjoying some himself. In not a lot of time, we were eating and enjoying breakfast all together. Even the timid girl had got back out of bed to have breakfast next to her sturdier counterpart. She saw her friend eating, realizing it was okay, and got a bowl herself. As I ate my breakfast in silence, and as everyone made small chat, I couldn't get something to quit nagging my mind, though. Where did these marauders sleep? Were they still close? Did they figure out a way to open the gates? Back in the forest area? I don't think they did. I think they had some people come get them. They were probably sleeping in that last town that we'd gone around. They wouldn't have gone back to the other group's home base because they would have told them about the food. They maybe even joined forces. That'd be what? On the optimistic end, maybe like 150 people left. They'd join up with their local group and let them know about what's going on. Maybe that entire raiding party would join. Equally likely if you would decide to call it and stay behind. Maybe try the new life out here in peace. Maybe try to legitimately coexist. I heard the birds chirping. I saw the sun start to crest the horizon. It was finally morning. My guess was that we helped the forest man whittle down the local psycho population, and he helped us survive the night. It was a good morning. Chapter 22. So much for peace and quiet. Morning, day 3. We enjoyed the sun coming up and the birds chirping, and basically as much oatmeal as we could eat. Sitting there in silence. Still lots of ammo in our health and food in our tummies. Our forest host had put out the candles since we could see by daylight now. Now that I could see the living room in natural light, I started my normal routine of familiarizing myself with the area I was in. I looked through the glass into all the frogs in their respective aquariums. There were red striped frogs and green striped frogs and yellow striped frogs. They were all in different aquariums, hopping around and being happy. I imagined each color representing a different effect. The mutated frogs had a blistering one, a stunning one, and a healing one, maybe? I looked around the room more and noticed an oddly suspicious familiar key hanging on the wall as a sort of a trophy. I'd played with the idea of asking about the key until we suddenly heard gunfire far off in the distance, several miles away. We all started subconsciously counting the bullets being expended and thinking about the possible distance. It was mag after mag, so many shotgun blasts that we lost count. Some big revolvers too. I imagined in my head that the marauders sent scouts to the front gate and then all around the village. It didn't take long for the marauder scouts to notice the van parked at the other entrance to the village. They'd report back, both exhausted and with renewed vigor, that they had finally found the van. The marauders would have tried to be diplomatic with the villagers about wanting the van back. They'd try to say it was theirs. The villagers would explain it was theirs fair and square. There'd be a person with the marauder diplomat that the villager chief would recognize. The villagers finally having the nerve to get him down from his run-ins with us the night before. The village chief would recognize someone in the group as someone who was usually at the trading post but suspiciously hadn't been there during the ambush. Accusations would be thrown. The chief realized that he'd been conned and was after the wrong people. The village chief would put 2 and 2 together, and they would think that the marauders were there to wipe them out, like they had everyone else at the trading post storage facility. The village chief would have done some kind of obscure hand gesture, people in Overwatch, unseen in trailers, windows to the hills. on each side of the road would have shredded the forward group on command before they had a chance to react. Some bullets would have missed. A few marauders would have got away. The main group would have surged forward, two huge groups clashing. The marauders taking heavy losses, trying to assault the heavily fortified position. A few would have got to the van and opened the doors in vain, only to find the van empty. Expecting food, of course. The villagers inside, more than happy to greet them with shotguns. The villagers were simply happy they had a new van, even if they couldn't drive it anywhere. The deaths chalked up as acceptable losses, with the majority only having been knocked out by amphibian toxin. Before. I imagine the villagers taking the marauders who couldn't flee and either tossing them in a pig farm we passed by or tying them to trees around the perimeter as reminders. The loot they got would have been more made up for the trouble that both we and the marauders gave them. All would be forgiven. They wouldn't mess with us again. It turns out most of the crazy hill villagers we shot when they attacked us, the frog shaman must have healed with healing frogs in good faith. So it was mostly forgiven, as they were able to wake up and defend against the marauders in time. If they were cool with us, we'd be cool with them, and we wouldn't mess with them again. Hopefully they never mess with children again either, in fear we can come back and smite them, or the frog shaman can take them out with more lethal means. Maybe he would leave blaster frogs on the chainsaw guy so they could see what he could do if he really wanted. I imagine frogs coming out of the holes I blasted in chainsaw guy, and the frogs exploding on anyone who got close. Just like that, the gunfire stopped. We heard vehicles, or rather, felt the vehicles driving away. In the quiet, there was a certain vibration about it, and that was that. The marauders that fled wouldn't try to attack the villagers again. Maybe 50 left, max. Some would try to go back to the city-state, and they wouldn't make it. They got chewed up by the local groups they passed by, not having their imposing force anymore. The rest would just stay and augment the local like-minded population, just enough to make a balanced community. Whatever existing leadership from the marauders could try to struggle with the locals' group leadership remained. They could never agree on anything for very long, always having to exclude each other in their giant inclusive groups to the lowest common denominator. Would they take this opportunity to truly expunge traditional rule like they'd always talked about, or would they return to a self-imposed totalitarian regime that they claimed to hate so much? Only time would tell. Hopefully they can find a system where they finally start leaving everyone alone, maybe eventually come back to the table with the rest of us, like so many of their fringe excluded groups had already done. Regardless, we all sat there in silence, all thinking the same thing. We were safe, but more importantly, our stronghold was safe. Sure, there'd be new threats, but we survived this one. I got the feeling, though, like the mission still wasn't over. We didn't just make it up all this way to drag the marauders away. RXO spoke up. We appreciate your hospitality, but we need to go. There was a long pause, as if everyone was considering options. The forest man spoke. Okay, then, I understand. He thought for a second and walked off, disappearing into a closet. There was some rustling around, and a few moments later came out with a pair of child-sized coats. I think these fit the girls well. They belong to my... And he trailed off. Please take the goats, the forest man concluded. There was obvious pain in his eyes. The girls had already had them halfway on, already having decided somehow which one was going to wear which. One was purple camo and one was snow camo. They looked like little troopers. This made them extra happy because they were wearing camo like us now. They were like a part of the team. The bolder of the two, now in white camo, ran and picked up the shield. She raised it in the air and let loose a little howl. It was still petite, but showed her spirit. Her timid friend cheered and watched her in admiration. Dude, I wouldn't go try to get your shield back. She might kick your ass. I thanked the armorer for his levity and nodded in agreement. RXO took the opportunity to speak again. Thanks again for your hospitality. I hope we cross paths with you again. You've been a true friend. They checked the wood pile and left him completely full of wood for the fires he would need to keep going to stay warm. Proud to call you all my brothers. We all nodded with several versions of likewise as a response. The team all started funneling out with 2 girls rushing over to give the forest man a hug before bounding back out the door. When everyone was out, I asked, hypothetically, any more of these groups we need to worry about? He said that was the only one nearby that he knew of. I thanked him, but it seemed like there was still something unspoken that needed to be said. Just something different about you. Yeah, I get that a lot, I responded without even thinking about it. You are destined for great things. I nodded, and he left me with some parting words. Just because you were born in a cemetery and your mother was a witch, that doesn't mean you have to have a foot in the grave at all times. I responded that I didn't know anything else. I didn't know any other way. He nodded as if he thoroughly understood. Nothing more needed to be said. I thanked him and exited his warm home into the cold. Chapter 23. Ascent. Mountain morning, day 3. It was warming up, slowly but surely, the sun having crested the mountain completely. It was fully daytime out now. I angled my boonie cap so it would block out the sun and hopefully keep me from getting my daily migraines. The girls both had their hoods pulled down to keep their heads and ears warm, and it looked like 2 camo bouncing balls. One white camo with the shield and the other purple camo, closer to the mountain with each step. Everyone else seemed to already talk about what the plan was, so I went along with it. We stayed off the roads, having found a hiking and mountain biking trail. No more towns for us. At this pace we could maybe make 20 miles a day. I didn't know how long we needed to go though. We walked for the day, taking breaks for food and water. The frog chorus fading off into the distance. The girls essentially running circles around us. For lunch, one of the guys had peanut butter and bread, and another guy was packing some honey. The girls got to have peanut butter and honey sandwiches. Those were a huge hit. It reminded me of Boy Scouts as a kid when my half-sister would participate in our events. We would have the theoretically slowest person lead the hike, which was usually her. Even at the young age, though, she had no problem keeping the group of boys twice her age at a grueling pace uphill. We didn't hike at a grueling pace, though. It was more like a steady walk. We were right about where you could tell we were out of the hills and getting to the mountain portion. It seemed like a good enough place to call it a day. We set up camp and got all of our firewood together that we would need. We built a sheltered bathroom for the kiddos. It was next to a crisp, clean, mountain-fed river. We used our portable water filters anyway. The camp was next to a nice, crisp, clean, mountain-fed river. We used our portable water filters anyway and pumped clean water into our water bottles. There was plenty of water for everyone. One of the guys managed to catch a fish, too, while they were scouting at the river, so we had fresh fish to incorporate into our individual meal plans. We started fire right at dusk. It was good timing because we had a few shelters built by then. Built it right after dusk. We had a few shelters built by then, mostly lean-tos against trees. I had stuck a can of stew in the fire with a hole poked in it to vent, so I ate the beef portion and then stirred the cooked fish in. It tasted amazing. My little half-cooking spork worked well for these occasions. One of the guys had some spaghetti-style canned food. The can got heated up and handed to the girls in little dishes they could eat from. The girls loved it. The guys had some extra blankets in their packs, and those went to the girls. Our XO set them up in his cot, so they'd be off the ground. There was 5 of us guys, so there was enough room at the fire in the shelters if we rotated whoever was up could just kick more wood in the fire. It didn't seem like it was as cold as it should be. Maybe it was my imagination. I'd been having a hard time sleeping and powered up my phone. I didn't have watch tonight since I had watch last night and we had enough people, so I thumbed through my documents that I'd saved, trying to find information on compasses. I couldn't get immersed in the material, and unfortunately, I checked my battery really quick at the top right, and it was still at a full battery. I kept my phone off all the time now, and when it was on, it was in airplane mode. I debated turning it on to see if I could get a signal for some weird reason, then freaked myself out imagining people tracking me with satellites. I had a solar charger battery combo in my pack, but for the sake of being prepared, I always kept it off now. I wished I had a USB charging adapter for my comm, but I didn't. That'd have to be something I looked out for. My radio needed to sit in a cradle, though, and that needed direct to a wall outlet. Maybe there were radios out there with proper micro USB charging ports. I'd have to ask around to keep my eyes open. Wasn't long thinking about compasses, chargers, phones, and comms before I fell asleep. I woke up a few times briefly throughout the night, just long enough to toss a log from my side in the fire. Kept having weird dreams. First, this stupid reoccurring dream about a movie theater with only one huge theater in it. Sometimes the theater inside is a mall, and sometimes it's standalone. Either way, the theater has a huge lobby that everyone hangs out in. It has a lot of food vendors to choose from, and you go see the movie. The movie tickets themselves are really cheap. Everyone basically comes for the food. The movie theater itself is absolutely massive, like a drive-in, except everyone is sitting. Watching the movie is more like a party than watching what's going on. The stream was different, though, because instead of being what was normally a positive event and a positive dream, we got attacked in the parking lot by a group. Separated, we had to fight by ourselves. We hadn't traveled to the vehicles in a single group, so it was easy to get us into smaller, manageable groups. I still was able to get to the cars, though, my dream not being a gun-free zone. A while later, I had a follow-up to the dream where I was at school for a job interview. They wanted some weird documentation that we didn't have, but the interview had gone really well. My mom was trying to argue with them and made things worse. But they finally went to the car again without me. I had another good talk with the manager, and she let me know that we were having a party today and that I could have some food from the 2 buffet tables that the catering company brought. They had apparently got way more food than they could eat. I went straight to the fruit like I always did, but the fruit kept changing. Blueberries would turn into a grape bunch when I tried to grab them. The pineapple slices would turn into melon slices. I was trying to get the fruit in a bowl so I could leave on a positive note. The dish I was trying to put the fruit into kept changing sizes. I was trying to find a scoop or tongs so I wasn't using my hands. I was taking too long and it started attracting attention. Someone started making fun of the amount of fruit I had taken, with the grapes still being on the stem when they hadn't. The grapes now being on the stem when they hadn't been a moment before. I didn't know what to tell them. It wasn't my fault. Before long, birds far away were chirping that it was time to get up. I woke up, not being able to completely remember the dream, just remember that my brain seemed to be completely scrambled. Chapter 24, Ascension, Pre-Dawn, Day 4. My eyes and brain were working on coordinating what was in front of me, and then I realized the guys were putting out the fire before the sun could break and reflect off the smoke. We weren't being chased as far as we knew, but we didn't want to take any unnecessary risk. Something smelled good. I realized that they had cooked a big pot of oatmeal. I guess that our mountain friend had left them with some oats. Someone had some crushed flaxseed and put a bunch in the pot. That'd taste really good. I hadn't had flaxseed in forever. I dug through my pack and had a can of peaches. I gave them the can of peaches in light syrup, and the fruit got chopped up and added to the pot. I tried to make a half-hearted joke. I guess we won't be getting scurvy today. Everyone usually liked to talk like pirates, but I guess not today. My friends stayed quiet. I looked around and noticed our comms guy and XO weren't around. The fire was completely out now, and the pot just sitting on hot coals. The guy asked me if I wanted the peach syrup, and I said no thanks. Our armor and tank shared it in their tin cups that they had. I was never a fan of the syrup that came with canned fruit. I looked around, the girls were still sleeping in the cot, it looked like. They'd be awake soon enough. One of the guys put his percolating coffee pot on the hot coals next to the oatmeal pot. I started packing up my overnight setup. The aroma from the oatmeal and coffee mixed together smelled amazing. That got the girls up and out of bed pretty quick, just in time for the sun to split light in a V shape past us on both sides. Our armorer went up and got the blankets and handed them back out. One belonged to the XO, so he left it in the cot for when he got back. Within a few minutes, our XO and the comms guy were both back. Our XO put his cot away and immediately, as well as his blanket. He asked the girls how they slept. The shy girl looked but didn't say or do anything. The bolder of the two gave him a thumbs up. He gave a nod back and finished putting his cot away, then he sat down with us to eat. Our comms guy spoke up. We have the final leg of the mission. Coordinates that we have to hike to. A window that we have to be there within. We all nodded. Food and coffee had been completely consumed. We went to the stream and filled up everything we had for water. Some of the guys had water containers in their packs, others had canteens, and we all filled up. We began our hike. It was still cold but not freezing. The further we got, the warmer it seemed to get. It didn't make any sense. We passed several forks in our hiking trail. We all stopped to check our compasses, making sure to have true north dialed in. I remembered from childhood that many of these paths went absolutely nowhere. People would get lost for days, and that would be it for them. Every fork in the road, we'd get a new reading and make sure we were walking in the right direction, according to the coordinates we were given. The elevation kept increasing, and I started to recognize where we were at somewhat. It was pretty warm, a lot warmer than it should be. At one point, I swear I smelled something burning, but I didn't see any smoke anywhere. It was getting a little past lunchtime, and the girls were starting to get hungry, but they didn't want to say anything. I reached into my bag and got out some breakfast bars I had dug out of the food box before we left the van. I thought I'd remembered only cans, but then remembered there were some breakfast bars as well. I opened two and handed each one without the wrappers. I stuffed the wrappers back in my bag. They both happily ate the breakfast bars, and it gave them renewed momentum to crash up the trail with us. We didn't really worry about being quiet. As counterintuitive as it seemed, being quiet on a trail could be really dangerous. Accidentally sneaking up on an animal with a baby or some such could spell quick disaster. Being noisy gave the animals plenty of time to shoo away. We should have been more cautious about them possibly getting shot by a hunter mistaking them for animals. The reality of the situation, though, was their white and purple camos stood out pretty well. If someone idiotically mistook them for an animal and shot at them, it'd be the last mistake they ever made. They looked nothing resembling an animal for sure, so I didn't worry about that much. We walked a ways, and the bold girl would be pretending to fight a bush with her shield. She'd shield bash it, and the shy girl would clap. Another shrub defeated along the hiking trail. Eventually we got to a clearing that ended up being a parking lot next to a proper road. We passed a sign that informed us that we were indeed at an official park destination. The guys all checked their watches and confirmed with our comms security guy that we were, in fact, within the appropriate window, but nobody was there. We didn't really have a plan for what to do in the event that nobody was at the rally point. There wasn't really a plan B. We had enough food to make it back to our prior point, then back to our mountain friend's house, but then what? There ended up being a playground of sorts at the old state park that we were at. The girls were freaking out about wanting to go over there, so we scouted the area. Nobody was around. There were some public restrooms, but they were chained off. They seemed to have been for a long time now. This was normal due to the constant Biscoll cliffs we had run into. The park service was always the first to get nailed. Our comms guy gave us new frequencies to switch to, so we did. Then we found out in a defensive form. We found some cover to protect the front with a few guys, and a few more at the trail we had came from. It wasn't amazing coverage, but it was the best we could do. I felt like we were nearing the closing of the window, but the girls weren't bored at the playground, which was cool. I couldn't pin down how long we'd been at the park, maybe less than an hour. Then I started to get a crackle over the radio. Chapter 25, Meeting Face to Face, Afternoon, Day 4. We all looked at each other at the same time. It wasn't a radio malfunction, everyone had heard the crackle. Our comms guy did the long distance check. He had a better radio than the rest of us. It must have been good because everything proceeded. I imagine that the mountain played havoc with our comms trying to punch through and not being able to. Right about when I had that thought, there was a small earthquake. I remember not thinking much of it because after I got over my fear of earthquakes as a kid, they didn't bug me much anymore. The girls were jumping up and down on a rope bridge at the time and didn't realize it. The guys were focused on the vehicles coming up on us, and I guess they didn't realize it either. Maybe it was just my nerves. I heard the engines from where I was at, nearby the play structure. The girls heard it a few moments later and hid in the structure where I couldn't see them anymore. I thought about it both ways and decided that them probably hiding wasn't a bad idea. So I left them alone and stayed in my spot. There was a short distance check and several trucks and a van pulled around the corner into view. They pulled around one of the edges of the park and all got out to secure the perimeter. Our XO and comms guy broke cover and went to greet the one that they had recognized. It was a tense few seconds as we were now outnumbered easily 3-1. There were introductions and then an understanding. I heard whimpering from inside the play structure that sounded like it was being muffled by a mouth. The poor girls probably thought they were going to get sold again. Hopefully they wouldn't bolt, but I didn't know what to do. If I went over there, I'd give away their position and probably scare them. That'd likely betray their trust somehow. They knew that I knew where they were, so I was probably earning their trust by not giving them away. Seemed like a perfectly reasonable kid logic. Someone was coming near me from the side, and I don't think they spotted me yet. One of our guys saw that he was getting close and told their guy over comms. I heard, "Friendly over here?" I responded, "Friendly, break and cover." He responded, "Copy, break cover." I got out of my hiding spot and he was able to spot me. Nice hiding spot. Thanks. And then I told him to not go over to the playing equipment and don't ask why. He said, "No problem." Probably assumed it was trapped or something. Our XO called us over and our observation posts were replaced with superior numbers and coverage. I got over there and walked fairly easily on in the conversation. New instructions from command. Your team is to return and secure new strongholds that can be significantly better defended than the prior redoubts. We have a van for you. We have scouted the route and it's clear for at most the next 2 hours. The guy talking, I assume a CO of a group from that eastern part of the state, that gave us a strip map that showed us exactly where we needed to go. Our XO studied it for a second and gave it to our comms guy, who looked at it for a second, nodded, and put it in his pocket. You are to rendezvous at that location, establish dialogue with your contact, and prepare for pre-vetted refugees. We all nodded. Anyone that we didn't vet, it will be up to you whether you let them in. You'll know after security and resource assessment what makes the most sense. You're also to set up a comms base station and reestablish contact with the network. We all nodded. Remember, gentlemen, we're community builders. You know what to do. This group of marauders was only the beginning. They were just a test. Words got back to the big city-state to the south about what our numbers are, so we're pulling back. There's no way we collectively can hold them off on two fronts, but if we pull back 100 miles, we'll be well outside their main operative reach. They'll have the stupid city there. There's nothing there anymore anyway. The people will be safely out either north or east. We nodded to each other. You guys did it. You bought time for everyone to get out. They all saw the threat loud and clear. That group was only 300. The next group is probably going to be around 3,000. But thanks to you, nobody will be there for them to mess with. The only holdouts are people we weren't dealing with to begin with, the gangs and people who refused to contribute. The ground rumbled quite clearly this time. This is it, gentlemen. Your next window is closing. We can't guarantee past 2 hours that you'll have a safe route. Get going. They saluted us, then took off in their trucks fast. All that was left was a van that was running. We all piled in and noticed the girls still hiding. We drove up alongside it and opened the sliding door. They both broke cover hand in hand, shield in the other, and ran to our van. The rumbling started to get worse. I was sitting closest and reached my hand out. They grabbed it and I helped them in. There was room for them to have their own spot in the back. They climbed in there and we took off quick as they got belted in. We followed the strip map's directions as our comms guy gave directions to our XO. The rumbling hadn't stopped. I hated these turns down the mountain. I always got motion sick and nervous as hell. Thankfully, the way back was always on the inside, but I felt like we were still taking the turns a little fast. I popped a meclizine as to not get sick. As we got further down the mountain a few turns, there was bright orange liquid beginning to pool up in the ditch. Lava? Are you kidding me? I thought to myself. We crossed a bridge and the lava was slowly bubbling by down below. There were little dabs of lava that definitely wanted to begin crossing the street, which would have made our exit impossible and probably trapped us. I tried not to think about what we would do if we were trapped by the lava. Thankfully, the girls were sitting facing the driver's side and hadn't noticed. None of us said anything. We didn't want to jinx our exit. Thankfully, the lava wasn't oozing enough to overcome the ditch. It seemed content enough with filling the ditches and then letting gravity do the rest. Any more, though, and it would crest the ditch and these roads would be impassable. On the straightaways, as rare as they were, our XO would floor it. Where natural streams usually were, it was all bright, safety orange. I turned my phone on and tried to take a few pictures with the camera, then we flung a corner. After a few attempts, I decided to put the phone away. We finally plateaued out, and my memory told me that we had avoided the mountain-specific risk. Out of the passenger side mirror, I could see orange start to ooze down the road after us. After us. I decided to jab our requisite tank. Hey, you think we're traveling west? I do believe we are, and maybe a little bit north, he responded. Okay, good, because I think I'm done with mountains, I said. There was laughter all around, and I think I even heard the girls giggling a little bit. Chapter 26, Our New Home. Evening, Day 4. We made it to the destination on the strip map without any foreign interruption. It turned out to be a farm. The sun was just starting to set. The property had a lot of land on it and was surrounded by trees and streams. It had a natural spring near our campsite, and people were bringing in supplies from all over. It had a high spot that we could overwatch from, and already had some good fencing due to the farm animals that were there. There were spots all over for us in the main house if we wanted, or in the barn if people preferred that instead. We would build our own permanent tiny homes as soon as we could, so these rooms could be rented back out to others as they were coming. I was shown to my temporary room and saw my big orange storm machine. It had enough power to last me a very long time, besides my tiny portable charger that I kept with me. My comms charging equipment was also with it. I sat down on my bed completely exhausted. The tone in the room was sad, though. I didn't know how I'd be able to sleep at night knowing my cat was out there, probably to be found and eaten by the hordes of assholes who hadn't prepared. Before I could finish the thought, though, I heard her poetically squawk, her awful squawk, as she bounced off something plastic and bounded on the bed, right on top of my chest. All was right in the world. I knew with my cat and my team, I could do anything. Chapter 27, The Following Weeks. We built lookout posts around the perimeter and were met by our team and their families. They brought about a third of the AKs from the AK lab with them, and that's what we used to arm the new defensive group. It was mostly hunters on the local side that already had their own precision rifles and handguns, and then us tactical guys on the security team side. We had mostly AKs and ARs with our sidearms and some specialized precision rifles. It was a good balance, making sure nobody could really take over and enforce unconstitutional rules. More and more supplies kept coming in, such as cinder blocks and gravel for additional fortifications. We got a greenhouse set up and started doing patrols to look for anyone else holding out that didn't know where to go. We even scored several cases of vitamins in the back of a warehouse, thanks to quick thinking by our comm security guy, enough to keep a child and adult healthy for a long time. During this stressful period. As we scavenged every home and garden store we could find, we eventually had enough food and supplies to turn our homestead property into a veritable fortress. Sometimes we would even find the occasional gardener and their family, and they were given the option to join us. They always accepted, thankful that someone out there was looking out for them and not just there to steal their goods. Some of the nearby farms had abandoned beehives. We made sure to get them and secure them at our aspiring hamlet. We needed them to germinate all the garden plants we would have, and their wax would be important for us making our own chapstick. The honey would be good for innumerable applications. I was so happy that we were able to save the beehives. The girls, sisters we found out, unfortunately ended up not having any surviving family. Their mom and dad got killed on the freeway by raiders that patrolled the stretch of freeway that their parents were trying to escape on. They were from some upper middle class neighborhood that they decided to leave way after it was too late. They thought it'd be okay to go unannounced and unplanned to some retreat their rich friends had, and didn't work out. A bunch of the families at our stronghold had children around their age. They all got along, and before too long a bunch of us ended up being basically their spontaneous foster parents. We even made them a playground that doubled as a fortified observation post. They all got input on the design, and it kept them functionally safe, while able to have fun as well. With their toy guns, they practiced a lot of tactics in their play fort. We would instruct them from time to time how to do the tactics properly, and they absolutely loved it. It was their home away from home all day, while the rest of us worked on the rest of the fort. We even had little classes with them to show them to not play with real guns and how to tell the difference. In a surprise to none of us, a little education went a long way. The kids never shot each other, and there were no issues. With us starting to reach out to the other surviving communities around us, we knew it would be a difficult spring. Together, though, as a team, we could do it. I never did get my shield back, though. Epilogue. Home. Subdivision. 7 weeks after the collapse. Late winter, early spring. In those same coming weeks, one of the new communities we'd heard about, living in a big building not too far away from here. They weren't a part of our official group, but shared a lot of the same goals as us. We were always down for making new allies. They wanted to have some kind of mutual security pact with us. We were heading out to go meet them for the first time tomorrow. As I finished my routine, getting all of my gear off and brushing my teeth and making sure my cat had food and water, we scavenged quite a bit of pet food when we were out. I was about to curl up to bed, and I noticed a tote in the room that looked awfully familiar. When they exfiltrated my subdivision, it must have gotten separated from my storm machine. I opened up my tote to look inside, and it was my entire prized library of survival magazines. I had the essentials saved on my phone, but this had every publication of every single survival and prepper magazine put out over the last 3 years. Not only would I have reading materials to last forever, but this culmination of literature covered every single thing needed to know to not only survive, but to build a complete off-grid living situation. On top of the magazines was a sidearm that was not mine. It had a note under it, "For such good job keeping everyone together." It was a .320 model pistol chambered in 9mm. It was modular for all different kinds of neat customizations people would want to do. The one I had is the one I always wanted but was never able to get. I know the military ended up switching over to these, so they were a little bit more available than before. They kicked the runner-up model's ass by not a small margin. I picked it up and checked the chamber, and it was clear, no mag. It fit my hand like a glove, like this handgun was literally originally crafted for my hand. I racked the slide, smooth as butter, pointed it in a safe direction, pulled the trigger. It broke crisp and clean. I finally had a main sidearm. I shuffled the literature around, and the sides of the totes were loaded with matching mags for the pistol. I promised myself I would work extra hard to continue earning everyone's respect. The materials were finally in to start working on my new tiny home. I'd start building it as soon as we got back from visiting the new potential allies tomorrow. I drifted off to sleep with my new pistol still in my hand. I was pretty comfortable in my temporary bed, in my temporary room, with my cat next to me, so happy to be reunited. I slept all night solid, all positive dreams. My internal clock told me it was about time to get up when there was a sudden knock at the door. I quickly sat up in a painful and abrupt jerking motion with my nerves pulsing with anxiety. I pointed my sidearm towards the noise, the door. And now I will read to you an excerpt from book number 6, Storm Before the Calm. Chapter 1, Trying to Get Up, Home, Stronghold, 8 weeks after the collapse, late winter, early spring. I'd had a hell of a time getting to sleep, way too much to do, such precious little time. I finally did get to sleep though, and it didn't take long for the nightmares, easily the worst nightmare I'd ever had in my entire life. Crappy dream time. I was surrounded by demonically possessed children that wouldn't die, couldn't die, tons of them. I woke up screaming and drooling, but I wasn't afraid. I fell back asleep each time, even more determined, even more possessed children now with butcher knives. I woke up yelling into a pillow. A small contingent of children possessed and controlled by their evil parents. Some of the children no older than 5 or 6 trying to kill me every single time I closed my eyes. I feared no evil, then dove back into sleep to fight them more, even though it was completely hopeless. What was it accomplishing? What was I fighting for? My personal and inalienable rights to get to sleep in peace, even if only for a few hours. Finally, after more tries than I could count of trying to dispatch these controlled young hosts in my unconscious, I finally reached balance. It was a black rolling ocean. Instead of waves was inky rubber that absorbed light. There was something cylindrical trying to press through, first 1, then 10, then hundreds and thousands, like heads trying to shove through latex, all off sync by milliseconds. They were heads, bodies, being held on the other side. I just floated in place and stared, and finally achieved balance. I watched for a few minutes, satisfied. It was time to rest, and I finally got a few hours of sleep. End of crappy dream time. Tap, tap, tap. There was knocking at the door. I woke up abruptly and pointed my new 320 model pistol at the door. I had fallen asleep with my new sidearm in my hand again. Sleeping with guns is such a funny thing. Tap, tap, tap. Tiny taps on the door. I put my sidearm on the nightstand, my cat already having jumped on the bed to take a defensive position, but curious. They weren't aggressive door knocks. They sounded a little low, also low on the door. I hopped out of bed. 1 minute, please, I tried to say in a softer tone to not sound like an angry monster. The last thing I wanted to do was discourage the kiddos from coming around. Before I'd gotten used to it, I never had any money ready to buy their silly little knickknacks or whatever. I finally learned, though, and they were okay with coming around before the collapse. I carried the tradition forward post-collapse, callbacks to a time where, if kids needed something and their parents weren't home, they could safely go to a neighbor. A tiny voice acknowledged from the other side of the door. I put my morning clothes on. It was a few weeks since we'd gotten safely to our defensive location, a redoubt, fortified farm, blossoming community. I was in a tiny house on the edge of the town square, newly built. We'd already met our closest neighbors, which was a huge plaza a couple hours' drives north and west. They were really nice, a little green, but they had the right idea. We formed a defensive pact with them, and in turn that formed mutual pacts between them and the other two nearest strongholds. Everyone knew they weren't really up to helping us, but we could get them up to speed. Community building, that's what we're all about. I finished getting my morning clothes on and put on my contractor cap backwards. It was starting to be morning, which I guess meant dawn patrol, but I guess I'd see what the kids wanted. People usually used them to run errands, made them feel important. I taught them discipline. I threw on my shoulder holster kit with my now backup sidearm and opened the door.